There we go. Say something, you guys.
Testing.
All right.
Something.
Then we should be good to go here.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, last time, we found our adventurers going shark hunting, and while they were shark hunting, the entire Isle of Palmaflora collapsed, and they rushed very quickly to the nearest boat, fought off very large crabs, along with a couple of sea monsters, and found themselves aboard the Wind Chaser, where they have been introduced to the Tabaxi captain, who has offered them an opportunity to hunt for treasure. So they find themselves in the captain's quarters, having just been offered the option of treasure hunting in the sunken Palmaflora.
I'm going to immediately go to the desk and start writing on my piece of paper with my magical pen, and then slam it down in front of her, asking what's the estimated loot and how much of it is possibly scrolls.
Well, I don't know about scrolls. I'm sorry, what's your name?
Writes on the piece of paper, Russell.
Russell. I don't know about scrolls, but I do know that there's a lot of magic there. Specifically, I am interested in, obviously, you would be welcome to keep whatever money could buy you scrolls, treasure. If you do decide that you want to join this adventure, though, we're either gonna need some magic or some utility to get you guys under the water. Am I wrong? Or can some of you breathe underwater?
I just shake my head.
So, I promise you there will be treasure. Plenty of it. Not to mention the entire sunken island. Palmaflora is up for grabs. And in particular, I am looking for a magic item that one of these Sahagihin carry.
Magical weapon, you say?
Particularly, it's more of a magical item. I don't know that it's a weapon. But
you say is one of 7?
No, it's just a magical weapon. It's just a magical item.
She said the Sahagihin. That's
Yeah,
the enemies we fought.
Yeah, those are those green fish monsters that you all saved us from. I feel like you guys are very capable.
Yeah.
What's your name? Captain.
What did you say?
What's your name?
My name is Three Earrings. And she gestures to her ears. She says, for my 3 earrings. But you can call me Captain.
Yeah, 3 years. So weird name.
What?
Aye, Captain.
That's what I thought.
And where exactly is the treasure? Just in the island that sank?
Well, let's just cut to the chase. We have been watching the island for several weeks. My informants have been monitoring the Sahagihin, who have, for the most part, been warring with the people of Palmaflora. The Sahagihin are shark herders. They herd the reef sharks. And the Palmaflorans hunt the reef sharks. So you can imagine there hasn't been a whole lot of friendly camaraderie around the topic. And there's a particular young Sahagihin. Her name is Salakai, who recently became leader of their little merry band of sea monsters. Particularly, they call themselves the Shark Feather Clan, and they wield unusual powers.
Like what?
Well, I don't really know how that young Sahagihin managed to cause the earthquake, but I feel like she is involved. My goal here, needless to say, I'd like to take any treasure that you find and split it 3 ways. A third for my ship's upkeep, a third for the crew, and a third for you.
I hold up my
Mhm.
I hold up my hand and then write after erasing the previous writing.
Mhm.
Isn't your crew part of your ship's upkeep?
No, the crew need their own money. My ship requires repairs, if you haven't noticed what the crabs have done. The option, do you wish to take it? Total of 500 gold for you.
That's the price of the shark competition.
Didn't get to do the shark competition, did you?
First place, no less, which we would have won anyway.
No, we didn't get to hunt sharks.
No, you didn't.
We hunted
But-
shark herders.
But you may yet find some answers for our poor refugees and be even bigger heroes than you already are. Regardless, as a thanks for the help that you've already provided, you are allowed quarters here, a place to sleep. We won't be returning to any port tonight. Tomorrow, if you do decide that you want to be part of our little adventure, well, we'll get you to one of the docks, get you suited, and we'll see what kind of magic and money is available to us.
Vallen steps forward. I have no problem with helping. There is just one tweak, if I could possibly ask, because as you are beholden to your crew, I have one of mine as well, and we've recently. Well, that's neither here nor there. I would like to check on them tonight. If you have even a plank wood I could float on. If you get me close enough, I'll fucking find my way there. But any good captain knows your crew's just as important.
A good captain doesn't leave her crew.
We have different jobs. It's not on a ship. Our ship is Demali itself. It's a much bigger
Well-
place.
We're far enough out. And I have my own gains to be made tonight. So unfortunate for you, your choice of plank wood or staying here is your option.
How far does it look like to Port Demali?
You will die.
He's like, you will die far? Alright, some choices aren't yours.
This
Fair enough.
magic item you mentioned,
Yes.
who does it belong to?
As far as I can tell, the leader. Salakai. Yes.
And the only thing this Salakai and his shark herd,
Salakai is a
Herder.
woman, but yes.
the only thing they wanted was to protect sharks.
Well,
Well-
past tense.
I don't know if that's everything they want. I think vengeance was why they sunk the isle. But I'm sure they have their own gains. That's none of my business.
Yeah, they're not very smart. I mean, they were reef sharks. If there is not a reef for being a shark, why did they sink the island? This is a mystery.
I guess if you go, you can ask her.
Someone speaks fish.
I can speak to the Sahagihin.
Morzuth is writing on his hand. Ask. about island sinking. All right.
What
So-
is the magic item? It'd be easier for us to find it if we know what it is.
It's a
He's got a
rod.
point.
It's a magical
Oh.
rod.
This isn't the first time I've gone on a quest for Rod.
Oh yeah. Well,
who doesn't
handsome.
Who doesn't look back at their first time with a little bit of fondness, though?
She just kind of chuckles to herself. She's like, "I'm sure you've had lots of fun. You're very attractive."
He winks and finger guns at her.
Oh, good. The abyss that I am interested in, or the abyss that the island fell into, is also called the Shark Feather Abyss. I wonder why they might be named that. I'm pretty certain that when we go back, Palmaflora Island will be sitting within that abyss. That bridge that used to be there spanned across the front part of the trench. So, my guess, if I were a gambling woman, would be that the trench has consumed at least part of the isle. What do you say, adventurers? Do you wish to find treasure?
I'm up for a treasure hunting, but I'm not sure how to go underwater.
We'll deal with that in the morning. I have a few
Okay.
friends in Port Demali. Well, I will have a few friends in Port Demali come tomorrow morning.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Groovy.
Excellent. Well, unless you have any other questions, you may see yourselves out the door. We will talk in the morning. And she just gestures with her big paws out the door.
Yeah. Vallen makes sure he's like the last one in line to leave,
Mhm.
and then closes the door, like not in like a menacing way, but but closes the door. So it's just her, and I'm assuming like whoever she had there with her. You know what I mean?
There wasn't anybody in there with
Alright,
her.
well-
She's by herself.
Yeah, she doesn't. He's not really a threat to her anyway.
No.
He closes the door, and he's like, probably a little late to ask, but permission to speak privately.
Yes.
He comes
How
forward.
can I help you?
I've no place to ask this, and I'll give my entire share. I need a little help. I wouldn't have asked, but you said you have friends in Demali.
Well, I will.
A little help may be all we need. It's more of an ambiguous threat. It's kind of an amorphous in size for your emotional state. I'm not 100% sure what we did, but in defending one of my boys, I may have kicked a hornet's nest.
Get to the point, lad. She kind of is mocking you a little bit.
He just blank face, doesn't bother him at all. It's not for me. Like I said, I'll give up my share of the treasure. But my boys need help. And I'd like them safe.
What kind of help do they need?
Whether they need it and whether they'll take it are two different things. But I don't want to say protection. That's an overstepping. But I'd work for them to stay here on your ship.
On my boat?
Jules as strong as they come for a boy his age. And there's nobody better than Lil at finding things and sneaking around. Well, maybe myself, but that's neither here nor there.
Listen, I'm not in the mood, nor do I often offer charity.
It's not charity if I work.
You find out exactly what you need from me, and whether or not your boys even want to be here. And when you do, I'll be on my boat. You'll know where to find me.
Really, all I could have hoped for. Thank you. And just bows his head and nods his head in appreciation and respect and leaves.
She kind of just shakes her head and goes back to her map, and she pins another dagger in spot, just kind of more aggressively than she normally would.
That went way better than I thought it would.
I thought we were gonna have to haul your stupid ass out of the water.
No, she still needs you.
That's what he was banking on. But yeah, let's sorry. So Vallen goes straight to the elf
Okay.
and
So-
let whatever happen.
As you guys kind of walk out of the quarters, so what you can see out where you're at, the captain's quarters is kind of down a flight of stairs. So when you come out, there's just stairs that go back up to the main landing. And there you can see, like, across the captain's quarters way, there's another door on the other side that you presume is probably where you will be staying if you decide to sleep on this boat. You have now learned very passive aggressively, I guess you could say, that you're not leaving and you're not going anywhere tonight. So the rest of the night is yours. There are a number of individuals upstairs playing cards, minding their own business. As you walk up the stairs, you can see some of the refugees have started building little, like, makeshift camp style tents, getting themselves set up to sleep underneath the stars on the deck of the ship tonight.
During the elves' conversation with the captain, I would be writing a little note to tie to my raven to send back to Port Demali,
Okay.
because there is no range on how far the familiar can go from you.
Okay.
Just, the 100 feet you can communicate. So
Okay.
Big brain time.
Is the ship moving?
No. It is pulled itself away from Palmaflora and out into, it's not quite open ocean because there are several islands that are to the west that kind of keep this more a shallow ocean. And so the boat is sitting kind of in an open space and pulling a bit further away, heading its way to basically the three main ports that sit. So you have, like, Port Demali and Port Zune, and then you have a couple of other ports that are all in the same direction. So the boat is going generally that way, but is currently parked or anchored.
And is this guy, Jakarkul, around?
Yeah, they're all doing their duties out. Dejarkul is the druid that you spoke with that sent that animal messenger to the captain whenever they were talking to you.
I'm gonna go to him.
Yeah, she's a female she's a female
To her?
half orc. Yeah, she's a half orc.
Since I already know her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if there are dangerous sharks in these waters, or any other creature that could harm you?
I'm sure there's lots of creatures that could have us. There's lots of sharks. Yeah.
I'll look to the water to see if there are shapes or something, and I
Okay.
throw Basil to the water to see around that
Okay.
there's no any shark closer, shark
Okay.
or any other animal.
Okay. Give me a perception check for Basil.
That's 3.
3. That is unfortunate for Basil.
No, that's a 3 for me. For
Oh.
Basil, I don't know. I don't have a sheet still.
Oh, no. That'll be the same thing. So no. Once you drop Basil in the water, he kind of down, and he's kind of just floating, and he's kind of doing a 360 as he, like, floats. and the sun is not down, but it's definitely past its peak. So the light is starting to dim under the ocean, and especially further down, you don't see anything right around you.
Okay, is there any rope or something?
Yeah, there's anchor ropes that are set to the.
Some loose rope.
No, there. I mean, unless you have rope or somebody else has rope. The only rope you see is the rope that is it's anchor rope. It's meant to tie the boat to the dock when they dock. You can undo that. It's attached to the boat. You can undo that if you want and use it for whatever.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to my friend, say, hold on a second, and I'm gonna jump to the water.
Okay.
And I'm
Jargle's
gonna,
just like, what are you doing?
yeah, and I'm gonna try to. This is more experimental than anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to use shape water
Okay.
to see if I can make like a bubble around my head, shape the
Okay.
water around.
All right.
That's up to you. I mean, there's no roll or anything. It's just.
Okay. Let me just take a look at it really quickly. See what you can do with it.
Is you.
Didn't say anything. Okay. So because I know that there's specifically a spell for breathing underwater, what I will say is that you can form, so you like kind of do like this thing where you like take the water and you kind of floop a ball of water and you put your head into it, and what happens is you get 1, 2, and then the bubble pops because that's all the air that was in it.
And I go up to the surface like it's not working this way. Get me up.
Jarkle's just like watching you flounder in the water, and she's just like kind of like she like looks around to see if anybody else is like looking, and then she takes the anchor rope and like lowers it down to him.
I climb up. That didn't work out.
No, that you could have asked.
Did you
But
know
that
this spell?
Yeah. That would have never worked. But there are breathe underwater spells.
Yeah, it's a 3rd level though.
Yeah. Okay.
You're
strange. You're a strange little redheaded person.
I like to experiment with magic, not just copy paste whatever another wizard made before. If this doesn't work, we'll learn some other way.
Well, I'm sure we're going into port to drop these refugees off tomorrow. The captain usually has a plan. If she has convinced you to be part of our adventures, then there's a plan.
Okay. I'm gonna go play the music there in the ship somewhere.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
She goes back to just leaning over the side of the boat, just watching dolphins.
Morzuth looks at Vallen. I think this might be a bad time to bring it up, but I think I left the weed whacker on before we left.
I think you're fine. I think we're just fine. Although I do have a question for you.
What's up?
How were you so sure that was a devil?
There's ways of knowing when you've hunted them for as long as I have. They hide amongst us, and they can look like the rest of us.
No,
there's always those subtle differences you can tell.
Fair. And I get you're a tad older than me, I suppose, but I I've seen you fight, sir. And you don't seem like the kind of person that's been fighting devils and demons.
Listen here, you little shit nut. I got jumped not that long ago, so I'm still in recovery.
Hey, I'm just asking. I didn't know. I'm putting pieces together myself.
Morzuth, as you say that, you feel electricity like cross across the back of your head, and it just stuns you for a second, and you're kind of sitting there, and all of a sudden your eyes go dark, and it's just a flash of like rain, cold, weakness, and then you're back, and you've got just a little bit of sweat running down your forehead.
I'm gonna go stand by that lady who just lost your brother. You stay over here.
I'll do as I please, and you do as you please.
Leah has since kind of stepped away from the crew member that was chatting her ear off. Yeah.
Good to know my dance moves scared him away.
Aye, terrifying as they were.
Yeah.
Surprised he lasted as long as he did.
Leah is just kind of she's not near the half-orc female that's watching the dolphins, but she's on the same side of the ship. She's also watching dolphins, and she's just kind of sitting there, like, you can tell she's a little just in shock with the whole situation.
Sorry about the long text. That is what the note
fine.
says.
Okay.
Ooh, he wrote a note.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Oh, she said, okay. That's DM privy, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
He was checking the group chat.
Wait, what is it?
It's just what the note says.
That he sent to the Cobalt Soul.
Yeah.
Why can't I see it? What the hell is happening?
Shenanigans.
There it goes. There it is. I see it.
All right, now read it out loud for the class.
Fuck no.
Ooh, now you have to read it aloud for the class.
Fuck no.
But it says...
It's his crush list.
Right?
Yeah, right.
He's like, first, I must crush everyone.
Okay. So you sent a little letter to Maria. All right. Cool. Excellent. All right. Good to know.
Yeah, sorry for it being long.
No, you're fine. It didn't load initially, so the last thing I saw was the spell list that you sent me, and I was like, what are you sending me? Okay. All right. So, yes, Morzuth, Leah is minding her own business.
And Morzu's just kind of leaning on the side of short distance away, just.
And she kind of side looks. She's trying not to be awkward. Like, you already know how she feels, so she's just like, hi.
That's more than fair.
That's all, and that's why I give it hi. Just the awkward, like,
That's more than fair. Have a good day.
Okay, bye. And then as she just kind of she kind of forgets herself for a minute, because again, and she's staring at you. She's not really like aware of like the fact that she is really staring at you.
It's just another day from Morzuth. Demon hunter, woman slayer.
Like Hasselhoff.
Is that all? Is that
Yeah.
you just gonna make her swoon over you? That's rude.
Yeah.
Not even gonna talk to you. All right. Who else is doing things?
I'm gonna go to Russell Hey, buddy, you did
muted,
use
Theo.
some amazing magic there. What did you learn to cast?
Where did I learn to cast?
Yeah,
what you're
well,
asking?
to use magic in general.
He just takes out his book and quill and writes on it the temple. You've already been there.
Oh, there are magic teachers there?
There's a lot of teachers there.
They teach you well. Okay.
Then I start walking my way towards where the gambling is.
Okay. You see, they have switched from cards to dice, and they are basically, for lack of a better way of explaining it, they're playing Farkle. Where the game's purpose is you keep 5s and you keep 1s, and the goal is to get as many of those as you can. And if you get neither 5s nor 1s, you Farkle, and it's no longer your turn. And whoever wins first wins the pot.
So simplest turn, I just roll d6s.
Yes, it's all these 6s, and they're going in circles. So you got 4 other people that are playing, and so if you want to play, you're going to have to approach. Hold on, what's his name? Give me a second. His name. So this is a very dark-skinned, very handsome individual. He's heavy set. He looks strong, and he's not currently rolling. He's explaining to one of the refugees. He's like, no, you don't keep the 2s. The 1s and the 5s. You only keep the 1s and the 5s. You know what? We're not gonna bet this turn. I want to make sure everybody gets the rules. Do you come up to him?
Yeah.
And he looks down at you and he's like, "What are you supposed to be?"
I hold up some money.
Ah, gambling man. Okay. Do you know how to play? And he points to the dice.
I shrug.
Okay. All right. Good thing we're not betting this round, or you wouldn't have any money. Sit down. And so he begins to explain Farkle and how it works. So you're gonna take a couple turns of trying this. So you have 6 dice in total that you roll, and every time you get a 1 or a 5, you lose a dice. And so you can roll until you don't roll a 1 or a 5 and you lose, or when you get to a certain number of points, you stop and pass it on to the next person. And the point of the game is to get as many points as you can, and the person with the highest points after 5 rounds wins.
All right. So I can roll up to 6 dice.
You have to roll 6 dice.
Okay.
To start.
Then I got no 5s.
Okay. Did you get any 1s?
Nope. No 5s or
Okay.
1s.
Okay. You farkled right away. No points for you this round. Okay. We're gonna what we'll do is we'll have where are your rolls?
They're in the game log.
That would be awesome damage.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that would. I got 4
29
6s.
out of 36.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Okay. I see.
Like, what the hell?
You
I
got
wanted
so
5.
You got so many 6s.
Yes.
It's almost like all those ones you guys got.
Yeah, you needed 5s and 1s and you didn't get sparkled really hard. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. We're gonna let it go around and switch to whomever else is wanting to do some things.
Yeah.
I'll save mine for whenever. It's clever.
You can do whatever. If it's, you want,
Okay.
I mean, everybody else has done it.
Yeah, basically, I'm like, if everybody else is done, I'll go. I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, I definitely go to that elf.
All right. He's still at the back of the boat.
Mm-hmm. So the back of the boat.
Yeah, and he's still brooding.
He's not stealth this time, so he just kind of like walks towards them, gives a small wave, making the gesture that he's not trying to like hide. It's like, I was wondering if we could continue our conversation, if only quickly.
Yeah, what are your questions? What do you mean? Listen, what's your name?
I'm Vallen. It's a pleasure to meet you. And
Vallen, I'm Dilyu.
And how does one spell Dilyu?
E.
I-L-L.
I-L-Y-U.
Is he a regular elf or like a sea elf?
He's a sea elf.
Thank you.
Get out of here.
All right.
Gross. You're fucking gross, dog.
I'm sorry. I'll learn better.
Rub Marty's nose in it. That'll learn him.
Bad Marty.
I'm sorry. Ooh, a squirrel.
All right. So, well, I've only recently come to learn some details about myself. One of which being that we'll just say I'm really coming to terms with being an elf. And I don't know how to, I think they call it trance, you said? I've been sleeping like a human, which leaves me on the verge of exhaustion every day.
You've been sleeping like a human.
Aye.
Boy. Why do you look so weird? You don't look like me. I know you're not a sea elf.
No,
Sorry, he's in winter, right? Still?
Yes, he's still in winter, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't look like a Kryn. You sort of look like a Kryn, but like weird. And maybe I'm just naive, but I've at least been around these seas. I've never seen an elf that looks quite like you do. I mean, you look like an elf, but your ears are really long, and he kind of like reaches out and like grabs one.
You can like see him hold back the like stabbing motion in his heart. You know?
And he's like, and he just kind of like brings your ear forward so you can get like the full view of how long it actually is. And he's like, wow, it's crazy. And he lets it go.
If I don't trim my eyebrows, they're actually about, and he puts his fingers like 2 or 3 inches out. I've got to do it about once a week.
No way.
Aye.
And he kind of is just like looking you over like this. And he's like, "Are you Fae?"
Aye, that's what the expositor told me.
Weird. I've only heard of them in stories. No way.
Apparently, Eladrin is.
Yeah, those are people from storybooks.
Well.
He kind of he's intrigued. He kind of sits back on his haunches and he's like, "Whoa." He's like, you're standing. He's like sat down and he's like thinking.
So, I don't mean to hurry this, but I would like to have this conversation tonight. You'll see why tomorrow.
What do you want? You want to know how to trance? I don't know how to tell you to trance. It's just a thing they do. I've done it since I was little. You literally just... And he stands up and he kind of like closes his eyes. and he goes into a trance. He's like gone. He's going to be gone for the next 4 hours.
He just like pokes him and like tries... There's no amount of... Like, you see his hand like set on the knife really quick. And then he just thinks better of it. If he's gonna show me, I'm gonna do it. Like he kind of looks around, like he's just kind of in the back of the ship. He's like, if he, all right. He just kind of like trance. Trance. He just kind of like tries. Now that he knows that, I don't know.
When he opens his eyes, he sees me painting a pirate mustache on the elf.
The one that's in the trance?
Yeah. Like, this is a dream.
This is a dream.
Vallen, as you do this, as you're like standing and you're like, trance. You do this for about like you're dedicated, you're gonna give this a shot.
Doing this
roll me a couple of what do I want for this? Hang on. Give me an intelligence check and a constitution check.
Madam. All right. Intelligence. It's a 17.
Okay.
And Constitution. Nat 20, baby.
Wow.
Cool. Good job.
Oh, my heart.
Oh, my heart. So as you're standing there, you feel it once, and it's kind of like a vibration in your chest, and it happens once, and you're not sure what it was. You're just like, huh? And it kind of shakes you a little bit, and it wakes you up, like you weren't expecting it, like you didn't let it, and then you do it again, and it gets bigger, and it kind of echoes out towards like the tips of your fingers. And then it does it again. And it's bigger this time. But it's a lot. And you can't. I'm sorry, your intelligence check was too low.
Oh, fuck! But it's 40 combined. Fuck.
You're so close. You are. You got to keep trying. So, we'll come back to you. Austin, or Russell, roll me another 66.
Okay. I got 1, 5.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Write down somewhere. Just write down 50.
Okay.
Do you want to roll again?
You
only roll 5. You only roll 5 dice this time.
So 50. And then 5 dice. Another 1, 5, 2 1s.
Ooh. Okay. You can. So, if you want to keep all of those, so right now you are at 300 points. So 1 is worth 100 and 5s are worth 50. And so you can either keep all those. You can re-roll the 5s if you want. But right now, if you keep those, you only roll 2 more dice, and they have to be a 1 or a 5, or you lose all your points.
So I can either stay or risk. Okay.
Yep. And you can re-roll the 5s, which will leave you with 204 more dice to roll.
But I would still lose everything if I don't.
If you don't hit a 1 or a 5,
I'm gonna risk it. So another 4 dice.
Okay, you're gonna re-roll the 5, so you're at 200.
Nope. Okay, there it is. 1, 2 1s.
Nice. So now you're at 400. You can keep 400 and re-roll the 2 if you want to risk it, or you can stay.
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
Because knowing my luck.
Okay, you're at 400 points. Just write that down somewhere. You're at 400 points.
Got it.
All right. Anybody else want to do anything?
I was painting this elf,
Yes.
Mobstad, and I saw Boss doing the thing.
Oh yeah,
What?
give me a
What?
perception check.
Oh, go there. 3 again.
Wow. Morty,
Fuck,
what's
bro.
happening to your dice? No, you don't see anything. You just see Vallen and he's standing there and he's got his fingers outstretched and he's going, trance.
Oh, but I can ask, what you doing?
After this happens after your moment of like pure frustration where you felt something, you were right there.
His eyes kind of like shoot open, and there's, despite not having any like pupils or anything, there's an intensity. Like he's staring at you. He's like, I'm fucking trying to. I keep saying it. How do you? That's not your fault.
What is not my fault?
I'm trying to trance. Apparently, sleeping like humans isn't good for elves. He said, oh, you just do this, and now he's gone for God knows how long.
Yeah, I can trance because I'm not an elf, but we wizard just a little trick to recover some magic. We call it arcane recovery. It's just like a meditation, just empty your mind, don't think about anything, breathe, let it go.
He smiles.
And I give him some points.
The intensity drops from his face, and he's...
Try to relax.
Thank you. All right. And kind of like, you know, like how like a runner like limbers up, he just kind of jumps, flicks his fingers, taps his toes a little bit.
And
he kind of sits down this time instead of standing there. He's like, I don't think standing's gonna work for me. At least not for my first try. I'm just gonna sit here. And he takes like he just sits down with his hands in his lap, you know, crisscross applesauce. And
Morty, give me a sleight of hand and a performance check.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, keep going.
Left hand, 5, and perform. Bet 20.
Okay, so as you're talking and you're trying to like, Vallen, as you're trying to like get, all of a sudden you just feel like something hit your face. But Morty, you're fast enough and you're skilled enough. He's got one big mustache mark on the.
You almost got it, buddy. Next time you're probably gonna go trancing like this elf here.
Vallen, you now have a half stash. What would you like to do?
Oh, I rolled for it.
Oh,
I can't actually do any damage, but I definitely punch you in the face.
Okay.
Yeah, you punch him in the face, all right. Your AC is 10. That is unfortunate.
You just see him like very, very angry. And he's like, I would like it if you left now.
Is Foundry working?
That's fair.
I can retest it.
Because I'm not seeing any of your guys' rolls, and I'm like,
what? I'm rolling
it's
in
and beyond. It's not. Yeah, it's in beyond because we don't have Foundry working.
All I see is the last roll for Marty was 2.
Oh, did you not click the chat thing? Because you got to open up the game log.
Game log is up.
Weird.
I've been
refresh
watching
your page.
everybody's roll, including yours.
I just resent a link just for everybody to trial it while we're playing. Just see if it loads.
Yeah.
It's all there.
Oh, whoops! I sent that to Austin specifically. Sorry.
Oh, I see how it is.
The other one.
Hmm.
I printed it out.
Here we go. We're gonna try.
No, it doesn't seem like it's gonna work.
God, dilly dang it.
Stupid.
Dumb.
All right. Okay. Well, Morty, you've just been punched in the face and asked to leave. So what are you doing?
Okay, I leave you alone, but keep practicing. Remember, empty your mind, breathe, relax. If you get too intense, like you usually are,
Yeah,
it's
he's
gonna
like
be
super
difficult
pissed.
for you. It's gonna be difficult for you. And I go, leave. What time is it now?
By this point, the sun is going down. So we're probably at right around 8, 9 o'clock. It's springtime, so the sun sets later. And especially out on the ocean. So as you guys kind of are doing all of your things, Vallen, the sun is going down, and you're just standing on the end of a boat going trance.
I'm sitting
on
now,
the edge of a
and I'm not saying it out
going
loud.
trance.
I'm not even thinking it. He's trying not to think. He's mad, but the advice was good.
Okay. And as the sun goes down, Leah is still like this. And she's like, it's a really pretty sunset.
Not nearly as pretty as you. Morzuth leans down over towards her.
She doesn't know what she is. She's like, ah! She doesn't know what to do with herself. And she's like, I didn't expect it. And she's just kind of like put off. And she's like, so, do you want to watch the sunset with me?
Gladly.
And she kind of just like leans over and like touches shoulders with you just to like test water.
Morzuth leans into it.
She's so excited. And she just like kind of rests her head and she just watches the sunset.
All right, who's next?
She's gonna keep pushing it. Like she's gonna keep pushing it. She's gonna try to hold your hand. She's gonna get closer.
Oh, he's letting all it happen.
Oh man. All right. We'll follow that up in just a minute.
Gonna move this to below deck in more ways than one.
All right. So the sun is almost gone. Roll me another con and another intelligence check. You're mute.
I'm trying not to scream, but I got a 20. Oh!
I love how he didn't even see me mocking him either. And
I don't even care. I can only see the 24 in front of me.
All right. Hold on. Where's my stuff? Give me a second. Now I have to do a thing. Damn it.
The hell was that, man?
I don't know. I'm freaking out. I have a lot of energy. I'm trying. You know what? I need to see myself so I know not to do stupid shit. Y'all need to quit judging me is what y'all need to do.
I was sitting over here mocking you the entire time you were like talking with your mic muted. I'm just.
I do it as a courtesy.
Sure.
Whew, I got a crit on this shit.
Oh, you know what? I'm not in that campaign. So. There it goes. Okay. So that was your intelligence roll?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay, give me another constitution too.
That's the one.
A 19 for a total of 22.
All right. And it's with this. Wait, everybody who's on top of deck doing a thing. Give me a perception check. Russell with disadvantage because you are watching dice.
I'm blind today. That's a natural one.
Oh shit. Jesus, you are rolling shit today.
I really don't care about both tracing.
Jesus.
Has mine popped up?
I don't see it.
What am I doing wrong?
Did mine pop up into the game?
Yeah. Oh no.
No. I'm talking about Foundry.
Oh, are you in Foundry?
It didn't
I'm
work
not.
Foundry for
It just
me.
I did the whole pop up to send it to Foundry. That's why I was asking.
That's just a D&D Beyond tag. It's trying to send it because it thinks it needs to.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna turn that off now.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's probably Mort. Oh my god. I damn near got perfect rolls on this shit. I'm very hyped. This is the equivalent to back in the day. Not a lot of you played back then, but you would have to confirm your criticals. Where if
when you had to reroll.
Yeah. You'd have to, if you got a 20, you'd have to re-roll and then still beat hit them for the critical to count. It was the dumbest rule ever.
You had
that just
to
takes
roll
away.
2 20s.
Yeah, basically.
Well, no.
Well, you had to beat their armor class with the second one.
Okay, yeah, you're busy. You're busy.
I'm busy.
So nobody sees this. So as you're sitting there, all of a sudden that like pulsative sensation that you had felt before, it starts to just shake your whole body. Like you just feel like you're vibrating so fast that you're actually lifting off of the board, and it's just shaking, and it just goes. Do you open your eyes?
Yeah. Like once he feels like he's there, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's when he like opens his eyes or like whatever.
Okay. So as you open your eyes, it is now, there's this gray, like you are no longer on a boat. And out on this boat, or out beyond where you know the ridge of the boat is, there's just swirling gray clouds everywhere. And standing right in front of you is a tall, gray-skinned, white-haired elf in full armor. And he says to you, Vallen, stand up.
He like didn't even realize he was still sitting and kind of like stands up and like instinctively at the command.
And he's currently got a helm on. But you've heard that voice before. Give me an intelligence check.
This guy is there for everybody or
no, just for him.
This is just for him.
14.
Yeah, you know this is Rolio.
Yeah, he basically runs to hug him. Like regardless of the season, he's still been missing him for 4 years. You know what I mean?
And as you approach, he pulls his sword forward and he stops you.
And it, 4 years in Demali gets you some instincts, and once he sees that sword pulled, his hands, go to his swords as well, and kind of makes he's just really confused.
Yeah.
Raul.
And he kind of looks down at you and he's like, "You must learn the hard way." Roll initiative.
Fuck my buttons. All right. Where's? Come on, give me something good for Pablo. What did I get? Oh, dick cheese.
Wow.
The hard way is the hard way, Jack.
Hey, at least this is a memory, dude.
I don't know what the fuck this. I don't know much about trances. So, like specifically, I've kept myself away for this moment. So,
if you want, I can tell you a lot.
No. I'll after this. Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Okay. Sweet. Then yes.
I'll send you a private message.
All right. And with that, he swings this scimitar right at you.
Oh shit.
All right. Let's see. Oops. Does a 12 hit you?
No, it does not.
Okay. So it just, you like instinctively, as you see him swing, pull back faster than he can hit you.
All right. It's on my turn. So, yeah, bonus action, disengage to get out of his range. I'm gonna run back, pull out the gun and shoot him.
Okay.
Oh, critical hit.
Damn. All right, roll me damage.
Breathe. Total is 11 damage.
Okay. All right.
Wait, total damage and total critical damage? What the hell is that?
So, critical is just doubling the dice damage. And so just double your dice that you rolled for the...
Oh, and then, okay, I get it. Yeah, so 11 damage total.
So you see him, as the bullet hits him, he kind of staggers back. And he looks up at you. He's like, "You're not the same little boy that I left." And you watch him go dark, and he's standing behind you.
Fuck.
And he looks down at you. He's like right up on you, and he looks down at you. "I left you without nerve. You must have gained it elsewhere." And he's going to try to swing at you again.
Oh, shit.
The 15 hit you?
Oh, God, yes, my armor class is 15, so that hits.
Okay.
Fuck.
It would do you 8 damage, but instead you feel the scimitar go right through you. And all of a sudden, you're just light.
I'm just light?
Yeah, you're just light. All you can feel is light. And you don't feel like your body, you don't feel nothing, and you're gone.
Oh.
That's the end of your trance. You gained it.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Go to sleep. And now, if anybody actually looks over, Vallen is just like checked out. He is like in a trance, right along with the green elf who's just standing there, also in a trance at the end of a boat as the sun sets. All right, Austin, give me 46.
4d6, okay.
Oh boy, more gambling.
1-5.
Sorry? Hang on.
1-5.
1-5. Do you want to keep it and keep rolling?
Sure. So 3d6.
No, 46, because there's 6 dice total. Actually, it'd be 5 if you had 1-5.
So 5d6 then.
Yes, 5d6.
1, 2 5s.
Okay. Do you want to keep those 2 5s, or do you want to and roll 3d6, or do you want to keep 1-5 and roll 4d6?
Say again, please.
1-5. You can keep 1-5 and roll 4d6, or you can keep 2 5s and roll 2d6.
So
I'm sorry. There's 5 total, right?
There's
5 dice total. Yeah. So you can keep both 5s and roll 3d6, or you can keep 1-5 and roll 4.
Okay, I'll keep all the 5s and roll 3d6.
Okay.
I got a 1.
Yay! Okay. So now you're at a 250
Yep.
for points. So you can either re-roll some of those 5s and then have more dice to roll, or you can roll those 2d6. Or you can stay.
3d6, taking one of the 5s.
Okay.
I got a 5 and a 1, so just
Nice.
350.
Okay, so now you're at 350. So you can re-roll that 1d6.
No, I'm staying.
Okay. So what does that put you at now?
Total or
750? Yeah, total 750.
Yeah, 750.
Okay. All right. They're gonna play one more round and then divvy up who wins. So if you want to re-roll, or does anybody else want to do anything? Morzuz, do you want to roll a couple of persuasion checks?
Mute.
Oh, I can't see you come
I don't
back.
see why not.
Okay. All right. Give me two. Yeah, give me one more. 2 total.
After it's done slowly rolling across my screen. Any moment now. There we go. Jesus Christ, that took forever.
Hey, just like a real dice.
Yeah. Yeah, if the dice moved at like 1 frame a second while you're rolling it. Apparently shit talking the dice works.
Wow. Whoa.
So Morzuth is quite the ladies' man, if you guys didn't know.
No shit. Morty, give me a persuasion check, or not persuasion check, but a perception check.
I'm blind today.
See if your dice will help you out.
6.
Oh my God.
Shit talk it too.
Man, I want you to see something tonight. There's cool stuff going on.
Have him roll one more time.
Okay, yeah, roll one more time.
Shit talk the dice too.
God.
Even worse.
Oh my God.
You were too focused on painting that guy's face.
Let me see if D20. Yeah, it's clicking the perception thing that
Yeah,
I don't want to see anything anyways.
There you go, I sent you something.
Oh man.
Gavin, you missed it.
It's at this point that Leah is like, she kind of like leans over and whispers, she's like, there's a wine cellar downstairs.
Let's go.
All right, you both go to the wine cellar.
Jesus.
Morzu's going to be sleeping in there.
You what?
Morzu's going to be sleeping in there tonight. Yep.
Yep. I think Leah probably will be too.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Okay. Well, let me. I got one other thing I gotta do. Russell, roll me one more round.
Okay. Another set of 6.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 5s. Hold on. 4 5s.
Wow, 4 5s. Jeez. So you can keep all 4 and roll 2, or you can any combination that you want to do.
I'm going to re-roll. So I have 4. So I'm going to roll 4 dice, taking away 2 5s.
Okay.
Got a 1 and a 5.
Nice. So you can keep the 1 and keep rolling if you want.
No, I'm going to stay here. I'm dropping by 50. It was first 50, now it's 100. Yeah, that's
right.
That's my guy. That's my round. So
okay. How much do you have total?
Last point total was 750. Add the 250 equals 1,000.
Okay. So I will say with all of that, you definitely don't quite win, but you do win Whoops. Stop. Ah! Hang on, I'm sorry. Why does it just keep going up? Okay, right. I'm gonna roll 16 of these so that I can move on with my life.
16?
I did not intend to roll 16. I was trying to roll 1, and then I clicked it again on accident, and then I clicked it again thinking if I could get it to go down. Anyway, there was 16 before I knew what happened.
It's left and right clicks for
okay.
managing how many you're rolling at a time.
You walk away with 6 gold pieces.
Nice. That is going towards my scrolls.
Okay. All
Is
right.
there any food around the ship?
Yeah, there's food down. So if you go, well, do you ask somebody?
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the dwarf.
Okay. The dwarf is that the steering?
Well, no, but it was to stop the ship.
Oh yeah, that's right. She's away. She is enjoying.
Oh, it's another she.
Yeah. The dwarf is a female. She is actually sitting there. Now that the sun has gone down, there are candles that are keeping light on the deck of the ship. She has moved over to an area where there's a couple of places where barrels sit. And she actually has a cup of ale, and she's sitting there and she's just drinking with one of the other crewmates, human.
I pop up my head like, hello.
She kind of, hi.
May I sit? Good gentlemen?
Yes.
Would you like some music while you have your beverage?
Oh, you play music? Yeah, play music.
Yeah, and I start playing magic music.
Ooh.
And while talking to them, I leave the harp.
Yeah,
so,
give me a performance check. Come on, you got to get some good rolls today.
No.
Someone has to besides me.
Total 9.
In Austin.
She kind of cocks her head and she's like, "That's not real music, is it?" And she's here,
Wait.
and she pulls out from around the barrel another mug of beer, and she's like, "You can quit pretending," and hands you a beer.
I thought the performance was to see how good the music was because I left the harp on the table.
Oh, I guess
it's super obvious. Like,
oh, okay, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. She's like, instead, she's like, "You're a strange magic man. Here, what other tricks do you have?"
I don't like this very much.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Intelligence? This is a smart thing not to intelligence there. 17.
Okay. You, as you start to say that, and you're looking at these two, you get the vibe. It's not an option.
Oh.
And they both like, "Oh, really?" And they both
taste really bad.
They both slam their beers, and she's like, "Well, now I need to go get more." And she grabs your beer, and she grabs his, and she goes downstairs. Do you follow her?
Downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
To where?
She's going to get more beer.
Oh. It's not the beer in the wine cellar, right?
No, it's not the beer. There's a wine cellar.
I'll follow.
Okay, so she goes downstairs, and she just walks up to this pile of barrels and different things that are covered by a tarp. And she goes over and she uncorks one of them and starts pouring beer. But while you're down there, you can see, I'll give this to you with just passive perception. You can see there's food in different places, kind of fruits are hanging from the roof. And there's definitely stores down here that are, for all you can tell, just open. Like obviously
Maybe-
some of it is like crated to go to like a market.
Maybe
But-
some food for those beer is a good idea. Trust me, I'm intelligent. I'm a wizard.
The dwarf kind of looks at you and she's like,
And I start wrapping like a sausage.
she just kind of looks at you and she's like, I'm a dwarf. I drink beer. And she just like starts heading back upstairs. You eat food. She keeps going up the stairs.
Okay, I grab some food.
Okay.
So how long have you been on the sea? I had the idea that dwarves don't like the water.
Well, we're pretty dense. And she's kind of carrying her beer. She's like, we don't float well. But I'm not really in the ocean. I'm more on the ocean. So I'm okay with it. Also, I've been steering this boat for years. It's a lot more fun out here. Get away with a lot more.
Have more beer while we talk.
That was the plan. And she like walks back over to the other guy and gives him his beer and sets her beers up on the barrel. Before you walk upstairs, give me a perception check.
Oh, God bless it.
Don't worry. That's a 3. Total. No, that's 2. Sorry, I don't. Oh no, perception +1 a 3. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear shit. You go upstairs.
Damn it.
You're doing great. So yeah, I sit with the dwarf, and I casually ask, "Do you know what there is west from here?"
Oh, Dark Toe is west from here, and they both kind of like laugh at each other.
What's so funny?
Nothing. This Dark Toe is west of here.
Dark toes.
Dark Toe.
I don't know what's that.
It's an island.
And what's in Dark Toe?
Fun.
What kind of fun?
Well, apparently the kind you don't like. She kind of looks you up and down.
Okay, you're no fun. And I
Oh,
leave.
we're lots of fun. You're the one that doesn't drink.
I can drink whatever you can, and I take another beer and again one shot it. I'm not gonna do it because I'm full of water.
Okay. Well, now you have lit the fire under this dwarf. You're gonna be drinking all night. Like she's gonna be like, no,
Oh, no, I was like standing like just it was my final statement before leaving. Like,
oh, okay. Oh, okay. So
yeah, and I don't like the taste.
they both laugh. Really. Yeah, you're too young for this, and they just keep drinking.
And I'm gonna go. Is there a crow's nest?
There is.
And it's unoccupied.
Give me a perception check.
This is the good one. 13.
Hey, yeah, it's unoccupied.
Okay, I'm gonna go there and eat the food I manage. And
Okay.
eventually, I guess I fall asleep there.
Okay, you're sleeping in the crow's nest. All right. It's still late evening. Are you, Morzuth, are you drinking lots of wine?
No.
Okay.
Not really so much wine tasting.
Okay. All right. She's going to convince you to drink some of it. But, all right. Cool. So we've got Austin, last thing. Before the end of the night, and obviously the night is winding down now. Vallen is in a trance. And Morty, you're walking away from drinking as the night kind of coming to an end. Austin, your bird comes back. And let's see, where did this thing go?
How far are we from Port Demali?
It took us about maybe 4 to 5 hours to sail there originally.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, so it's not too far. You guys are just, like I said, they're just parked there. It's almost like you get the vibe that they're going to bed, but they're also like waiting for something. And you get a letter back, and I'm just gonna tell it to you because I haven't written it down because I've been too busy talking. She says, I have never heard of Windbreaker, and nothing I can find in books about it or even a ship log about Windbreaker. Haven't really heard of a 3 years either. There's nothing in books about it. I can tell you a little bit about Sahagihin. They tend to be a peaceful, almost native tribe that herd reef sharks and live off of their byproducts. It's been known that there is a war between the mainlanders where these reef shark populations are and the Sahagihin. Really, there's not much more than that in these books. They talk about they live primarily underwater. They are I lost my page, sorry. A second. They're also well-known hunters. They like trenches. Trenches are very common for them to live in. There's different cultures of Sahagihin. Sorry, I don't have much more information. And that's really, really what you get from it.
Sounds like the Sahaga need some democracy.
Just still here.
Wow.
You don't have a
It's 4th of
camera.
July. Like, it's
made
literally
my-
how we
made
got
my
our
best.
country.
It's Star Spangled Bannered, my best.
Star Spangled Banner, the best.
You know your camera is off, right, Theo?
Oh, because I'm obnoxiously shoveling food into my face, and
Okay.
you're welcome.
yeah, I'm trying to have myself muted because I'm eating as well.
Well, do we want to take a break? Keep going? End of the night?
It's deal.
Okay. Well, Vallen, halfway through your trance, this sort of feels like a dream. It's dark, and it's your trance is sort of that same pulsatile sensation. You can feel that going on in your head, but it's being twisted and manipulated a little bit, and you see darkness, and all of a sudden you see a snake, and it's moving, not like slithering. It's doing this like kind of jerky, like an image is stalling out as it's going. And before you know it, it's up on top of you and it's in your face and it's arced back like this. And it comes at you and you wake up. And your 4 hours was almost there.
That is a cat in trance.
Yeah.
He's kind of
Just for an example.
wakes up, like opens his eyes a bit, and like is the other elf guy there? Because he only went like he was like probably an hour before me. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He he had already come back awake and like looked and was just kind of waiting for you to like wake up.
So I'm like, I start awake, like, and yeah, it kind of sees that he's still there and like stands up, but he still has to look up to him because he's a short guy. But it's like, so is there always a snake and a guy you gotta fight, or is that like specific to each of us?
When I was little, I would have nightmares. I guess maybe it's just something that comes with like practice. I don't have them anymore. You're young, your imagination. We're up here.
Fair. Thank you. I don't really have any way of repaying you, but I greatly appreciate it. Although now he notices, now that he's kind of like through the trance, that once was blue, like with the accents, are now a fiery red, and out of the trance, his eyebrows have grown back kind of as part of like the acceptance and understanding and actually getting to trance like he's supposed to, and the eyebrows look like fire and shit. He's his summer form.
The elf is like, yeah, you're a weird elf.
All my life.
And he just kind of thinks to himself for a minute. And he like,
he kind of smiles, his eyes looking less like measured and collected now with the burning coals motif, kind of the fluttering of the red sparks behind the ashy white kind of gives the aura of not danger, but like it's right around the corner,
Mm-hmm. He's like, now that I think about it, and maybe you already know this, but there's certain people that shouldn't see you.
He kind of like points to the fact that like you can't see his hair, you can't see his hands. Like right now his feet are red, but like most people just take that for mud, and the only thing people really see is my feet. That's why I keep these trimmed. I generally don't have my ears out, but fighting gets things floppity woppity. So
right. I'm gonna go drink. And he like,
drinking.
He
just follows. He's like, there's drinking to be had. Let's do it.
And so he like goes over to Axebeard and picks up the extra one, and she's like, if you want more, you're gonna have to go get it yourself. And the elf is like, all right, fine. And he like, she's halfway through, so he just takes hers too, and he's like going downstairs to get more beer.
Yeah, I'll follow him to get more beer.
Oh god.
Grab him a pint.
Oh god.
Go for the wine.
Stay away from the wine.
And you get down there, and there's a couple, like there's more dishes and stuff down there. So he gets you a mug, and he starts filling things up. He's like, you can eat whatever you want that's hanging up. Stay out of the boxes.
Fair.
And he's
like, anything else to drink? Something sweeter, perhaps? Maybe something fruity?
Shut the fuck up.
There's a wine cellar over there.
You said the magic words.
It's the captain's stores. So you don't really want to.
Well, I'm just going to peruse. Maybe I'll ask her tomorrow if I can have some. It's.
Well, here's a beer.
He takes.
I'm going back upstairs. We're gonna go play dice. I'm gonna go upstairs.
He looks over at the wine cellar.
Give me a perception check.
Where is my... perception check is over here, not passive.
You make a performance.
That's an 18 perception.
As he goes upstairs and stops talking, you hear a lot of heavy breathing coming from the storage, the wine cellar. Like
he knows that sound. He's picked many a pocket that have been laid on the floor for a whore.
Yeah.
And I mean that literally as a profession, not as a remark about women.
No, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. You gonna go upstairs? Are you gonna go to the wine cellar?
Not anymore.
Okay. You go back upstairs.
No, he's waiting to see who comes out of the wine cellar.
Oh, okay.
That's
you
where
stay
the
down.
fun is. Yeah, he's got his beer. He's got more beer to be had. You know, he'll talk with the people that are down there. You know what I mean? Like, but he's waiting to see who the fuck comes out of there.
Okay. All right, you're waiting there. Morzuth, is this an all-nighter? Or is this once we're done, we're going back upstairs?
Oh, no, it's an all-nighter. He already made that decision earlier.
Okay, cool.
You have to make a constitution roll,
Right?
Performance, acrobatics, animal handling,
Yes.
for sure.
Athletics,
Acrobatics.
A sleight of hand,
We
yes.
gotta throw some
Sleight of
nature in
hand.
there, too. I gotta do a nature
Nature,
check.
yeah.
Yeah,
Investigation, so that way we can find this mythical clitoris.
Oh, good God. All right, moving on.
Jesus, Marty.
So now Morty, you're sleeping. Austin,
Yeah.
you get a letter that's almost about the same of what you've already heard from the captain, if not just a hitch more information, but nothing super telling. You get the vibe that the Sahagihin are kind of keep to themselves type of race. So there's not a ton of history in the books. They don't let a lot of expositors down there to investigate things. Vallen, you gonna stay up all night?
Yeah, I got my close. I did my first trance.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
He doesn't.
Don't
And by the
do it
way,
too often.
he has like 2 or 3 beers, like over the course of the night. He doesn't get drunk because
Okay.
he just has enough to kind of like just have beers with people, you know, not get toasty because he's specifically not trying to get drunk because, you know, he's on a ship full of people he doesn't know.
Okay. As the night goes on, you hear in your respective places, you can hear a boat approach. And as the boat sidles up alongside, you can hear footsteps. They go directly to the cabin. And then they leave. You hear like the sliding of like boxes and things like that. As it sounds like there's a trade happening. Otherwise, your night is as eventful as you want it to be. Austin, was there anything else that you wanted to do before the night was over, given the information you got? You might be muted.
Yeah, I was muted. Not really. Besides, find some food, eat, then find a little dark corner that no one's gonna see me at.
Okay.
And eat it.
Sure. When you come downstairs, Vallen is sitting there drinking, and you go grab food, and then you wander off behind him where he's busy and just watching, waiting for somebody to come out that door. And you find a little shady spot you can eat there.
And then I would probably set up my sleeping stuff there.
Okay.
If I have any.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you have quarters. She pointed to you that you can go down to. They're right near where you are. There's just a door that opens, and when you go in, there's a bunch of hammocks strung.
Yeah, no.
If you go in,
I don't. No.
Okay.
I don't trust these people, and I would like.
No, that quarters is absolutely meant for you five. Like the crew have another space.
Kind of still, I don't trust the companions that I have yet.
Okay.
So
yeah, you sleep in that little corner off to the side of the door. All right.
That's an awful lot for somebody who won't show us his face. I'm just going to say that, sir.
Hey.
Throughout the night, Austin, the dream happens that I described to Theo happens to you, but it's not choppy. You just see a snake. It's kind of moving. It comes right at you. It gets in your face and it strikes at you. And it kind of like, it gives you that sensation of like falling when you're falling asleep, and you kind of come to and then you go back to sleep.
Okay, weird.
Morzuth isn't sleeping, so there's that. In the morning, your night passes very calmly. There's just every so often you can hear a squawking seagull and the persistent of the ocean. Morzuth, give me a Constitution roll. Okay. All right. You do take 1 point of exhaustion. She wore you out. And it's morning.
How did he do? Is she happy?
So as a point of narrative, the first person that Vallen sees as the door opens, she kind of peeks her head out. She's like, oh, shit. And she shuts the door. And you hear like some moving around. And then she opens the door and she shuts it and leaves Morzuth in there. And she kind of just smiles at you, and I think
Vallen definitely winks at her.
She kind of smiles coyly and is like, I think we're going to Port Demali today, and goes up the stairs.
Hey.
Walk of shame.
Somebody made port, all right.
She kind of just chuckles and goes upstairs.
You see him like eating his like little bit of food that he took, like it's fucking popcorn, waiting for whoever the fuck's coming out of there next.
Oh shit.
Morzuth comes out putting on his jacket, and he's just, morning, Val.
No, you sly dog.
Any port in a storm.
You know, she has a name. But you're right.
Yeah, she did. And he looks at his hand. It's Aya.
It's Leia, but close. With an L. You might want to remember. He hands you a beer. He's like, drink this. We have work to do in the city. I need you ready.
Fair enough. Groovy.
Anyway, good morning. Let me figure out where the fuck I am.
Oh, and Vallen hides some food on his person.
Okay. Sure. Feel free. You don't have to hide it, but okie dokie.
It's like more out of habit. Like, as he's eating, he'll just like pocket pieces of food. He doesn't really realize it's just something he's picked up.
We live here now.
No. That's not my home.
All right. And you hear, as like everybody's kind of going upstairs, you hear Borith, one of the humans, is like, everybody wake. And you kind of see everybody kind of rousing from sleep. The sun is just coming up over the horizon, but you can see that at some point in the night, the ship lifted anchor and has now moved on. And you can see the ports even closer, and they're getting very close to Port Demali. And as you guys come up the stairs, or in Morty's case, wake up and peek over, you can see the refugees are starting to like pack up their things and get ready to get off the boat. Do you have anything else you wish to do before we make port?
Do not.
Okay. So as they're going...
Sorry, I have one thing
yeah.
to talk to the captain about, like, kind of quickly and in private.
Okay.
All right,
you can go to captain's quarters and knock on the door.
Of course, I'd knock on the door lightly. Well, not as light as before. Sorry, it's more forceful this time.
Come in.
He steps in, and he's not... It's, a very different vibe than the cool, collected Winter. And so, comes in chest first,
She does the cat, like, head cock. Well, you look different today.
I look different most days, Lovey. Captain.
That's what I thought.
No
don't forget he's working on a sick half mustache too.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's definitely tried to get that off through the night with like beer, so it's probably just a smudge on the side of his face. But anyway, I remembered something I wanted to ask you. Now, if you can't say, you can't say. I know how these things go. But he takes out. He's like, "You have a piece of paper I can use or something to draw on real quick." I don't carry those things, and the bird is, or the kenku is, or the Russell, because nobody needs to know that, is still sleeping, or just waking up rather.
You see her kind of. You can get the vibe that she's like. She's intrigued by you because you're so strange looking, but she's also like a little over your naivety, and she opens a drawer, pulls out a piece of paper, and puts a pen in front of it and pushes it to you.
And takes it. He makes a circle and draws the star inside that he saw tattooed on the person that he stripped.
She chuckles to herself.
And then she pushes it back.
She takes it. She's like, wow. You really don't know much yet, do you? And she slides it back to you. And she's like, that is a symbol of the myriad.
You see, where you'd think somebody would be like, oh my God, because every urchin knows that name, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But on his eyes seem to like flare almost entirely red as he gets like excited and a smile spreads across his face. He's like, you don't say. Well, looks like introductions were made. He's like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. That's for me. And if need be, you said you might help with, remember? So
do me a favor and go get your friends so I don't have to say this more than once.
Fair. He takes the piece of paper and rips it up into like little tiny pieces as he leaves.
Don't make a mess in my cabin.
No, he's keeping them all. He's going to have one of them burn them. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like, he's being cautious about this letter.
Okay. You go get everybody.
Yeah, I go find everybody. I book around the ship because I'm really fast. You know what I mean? And I'm just captain. The first person, because I know where he is Marzuth is still downstairs.
No, he went upstairs already.
Oh,
he's upstairs. Right. Yeah.
So
yeah, he was upstairs.
And Russell's downstairs, and Morty is in the crow's nest. All you see when you come out of the captain's quarters and kind of come up the stairs, you see a big fro of red looking at you over the crow nest.
All right, we need you down here. The captain's got to say something. She only wants to say once.
Aye, Captain. And I proceed to go down.
I picture it like I'm Family Guy. Chris, come down here. We need to talk.
I was gonna go down the rope like a pirate, but
that's a role you don't want to fuck up.
Since I'm not acrobatic and shit, I'm not gonna risk it.
He gets his leg tied up in it, and he starts dangling up above.
I'm gonna go very awkwardly, like.
Oh, and for getting Russell, I roll an 11 stealth somehow. It looked like I got a 16, but oh no, okay.
That is a 3.
Yeah, it on my thing it looked different. That doesn't matter. So yeah. I just try to sneak over to Russell, and it's not like anything nefarious. He just doesn't want to draw attention in case Russell doesn't have himself like put together. You know what I mean?
Sure. So
you all can click on the plus things in the boxes, and it will roll that.
That's what I clicked. That's I got a 3 + 8. I got everything.
It says custom rolls, but maybe something's not working on my end. Anyways.
But yeah, so yeah, I do that, and I kind of like. Just
what did you say that was? A 3 + what?
Oh, 8.
It's 8 total. Okay, yeah. I mean, as he comes up, Russell, you hear his footsteps before he gets all the way to you.
All right.
I'm gonna quickly put on my mask and hood.
It's just
out of anything else.
It's just me. I didn't want to draw attention. The captain needs us. All right. He kind of like he gives you a nod, waiting for a nod to return, knowing that you don't speak.
As soon as I'm dressed, I'm gonna go.
All right. And so yeah, and then I guess that leaves Marzuth to find.
Yeah, I mean, he can
the one in the garish red jacket. Yeah,
with his passive perception, he sees you guys heading towards the cabin and can decide to follow you.
Nice.
All right. Yep.
So as you come down, the captain is now, like, as you walk through the door, she's just finishing up a letter. She folds it and she puts it in an envelope. And she looks up at you and she says, "Okay, our friend is officially here, so I'm coming this morning. So he should be mostly unpacked, although he'll let you know if he's not. You can go ahead. Here's this letter. Please don't read it. Give that to him, and he should be more than willing to help us."
Vallen takes the letter.
Okay. All right. Do you guys have any questions for her? Listen, he will be at, just like everyone else in Port Demali, at the beaded alleyway. I hope he's already set up. See if he's set up. If not, I'm sure you guys can find something to do, but I do want you back here before the end of the night. We have business. Yes? No?
Yes.
Vallen nods.
Lady.
And then, but you can tell he's eager to get off the ship.
His name is as you guys leave, she's like, his name is Corvus. He might tell you something else, but we need to get the point clear.
Corvus, bit of
Corvus, got it.
In the way I tap in the shoulder Vallen, and I clean it up from his half mustache and sweat, I guess.
So as you all get ready to leave port, so they are pulling up onto the dock pretty quickly here, and you see the refugees getting off of the boat, and Leah walks over and she's like, "That was a great time. Hopefully you see you in Port Demali." And she starts to head off of the boat. And go ahead.
Sorry, that was me blending into them.
Okay.
To like get in without being noticed to Demali.
And you see as you're walking up, there's a gentleman that's trying to catch one of you. And he gets a hold of Russell first. Like, he just kind of stops you for a second and he's like, "Hey, listen, we really appreciate everything you guys did for us, helping get us on the boat, help us protect the boat. That was amazing. I have contacts here in Demali that can help get the refugees set up and find them places to live and things like that. But as a thank you, this is for your whole group. There's 50 gold pieces. 5 gold for all of the refugees. They kind of pulled their money to say thank you.
I nod and thumbs up.
Great. Thank you. And you see him he kind of walks off down the bridge and is like kind of like signaling all of the refugees to kind of gather around him as he starts to like delineate where they need to go and providing like little satchels of like prepared food and things like that from off the boat before they start heading to their respective places. And you are all back in Port Demali.
Land again. Yeah, we are victory.
Our own little home filled with crime and corruption. I missed
Are you
it.
from here?
So
Nope.
since I only see
New.
I only see the the other two, since the other one's a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give them 12 gold each. I'm going to separate my 12 gold into my own pouch, and remaining is a total of 14 gold, I think. Because 24, that'd be 48. 2 gold left over, yeah. So 14 gold left over in the pouch.
Okay.
Hey, Russell,
Everybody, write that down.
Oh yeah. You know any magic shops around, Russell? You're from here, right?
Do I?
Yeah, you do. You know of a few. Again, the beaded alleyway has pretty much everything that you need. But in particular, you guys are trying to find a new shop that's just set up. So and that's the person that you need to go speak with.
Corvus is in a shop.
Corvus should be in a shop.
Okay. Well, knowing the fact that the last time I pointed somewhere, brought Morty somewhere, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna nod my head and then gonna find the individual that we're supposed to meet with. Because hell, I'm not gonna be pulling him anywhere else, showing him anywhere else.
Not gonna ruin your good name anywhere else, huh?
No, I want to stay inconspicuous as possible. You kidding me?
You can tell me, and don't go. I go by myself.
We're trying to be inconspicuous?
I'm trying to be inconspicuous. And the fact that I have an ASMR with me and a fucking shaggy redhead.
I'm staying 3 steps ahead of you. I don't know how much further you need me to go.
Am I more than a problem than the Fae? Have you seen his freaky eyes?
I'm not saying any of this, by the way.
Okay.
But we're answering anyways. Okay.
All right. So, what are you guys doing?
I don't know what's this alleyway. I'm new in town still.
I'm going straight to my hideout.
Okay.
And we don't see him, right?
No.
No.
Was stealthy.
Not passively.
I mean, unless you wanted to make an active search when he was technically still around.
Well, no, I realize now. So, and he's gone. So that's it.
But I mean, at least you and Morzuth would understand like where he would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't take long to take a wild guess where Vallen went.
I don't know you that well.
Yeah, but you did hear him like asking about his like group.
And I've been pretty blind and deaf.
That's true.
For yesterday, so
fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
I know where he went. You can follow me.
Okay.
I want to go to the beat-up alleyway.
The beaded alleyway. Okay.
No, that's an area, right?
The beaded alleyway, yeah, is the main area of like trade and shopping.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Okay.
And he can fend by himself. He's a very capable elf. Okay.
Russell, are you with Morzuth? Are you walking towards the beaded alleyway? Is that where you all are headed?
I'm gonna quickly just prestidigitation. We'll get one of their attentions, probably the shaggy redhead one.
Okay.
Since
Morty.
the Aesmar's like 3 paces ahead, and
Okay.
just say, "I'll be off. You know where to find me," and then head off.
Okay.
I look to the sex-smelling Hashimar. Do you know what this alley is? This alleyway? Is it literally an alleyway?
Yeah, it is another alley. We just got to follow the blood smears. See, because this is where we kept constantly hitting the guy's head.
Okay, let's go.
Remember, I cleaned up our doorway.
Yeah, you cleaned up the doorway, but you didn't clean up the ways we were going there. Look, there's some more blood here on the trash can. Yep, here's where we hit him against the tree. Here's the back of the guard we ran him into. Man, you should really change your armor, homie.
All right. Well, Vallen, you get back to your hideout. It's still reasonably early morning. The sun is now sort of a quarter of the way into the sky, if you will. And when you get there, they're both gone. You want to give me an investigation check?
Crap. Yes. Hey, I'll take a 16.
Okay. As you're kind of looking around, you can see that like the contracts that you had gained, some of them are still there, and then some of them are missing. The place doesn't look any different, really. Nothing's been like torn or tossed. But as you shut the door, on the back is a letter pinned with a knife.
He takes the letter and the knife.
The knife has, there's just caked blood on it. And the letter says, "If you take, I take." That's it.
He puts the knife, like, down one of his little knifey spots. Mm-hmm. Is it a knife, or does it count as a dagger, or is it just like a...
It's a dagger.
Oh, okay. Sweet. All right. Could always use more of those. His eyes flare.
Yeah, that's literally all it says. It doesn't say who it's from. Doesn't have any kind of indication on it that you can see. Nothing. It's written in Thieves' Camp.
I will fucking kill him. As he said, he takes the note and, destroys it.
Mm-hmm.
He rolls it up.
Okay.
He doesn't destroy it. He thinks about destroying it for a second, and then he, carefully rolls it up and hides it away.
Okay.
And then goes to look for... he's going to try to get the other 3.
Okay.
As fast as he can. So...
What?
Oh, hey, we were just looking for you.
3 us or 3 Jules and Lidl and the other one?
No,
You 3.
You 3.
Right?
Yeah, you 3. Sorry. Yeah.
But you don't know where we are now.
No, but...
Or where you...
He knows the city well enough, and he can move through it faster than all of you, so...
Plus, we were on our way to where he was at anyway.
Also true.
Yeah. So...
You come across Morzuth just showing off Morty the blood smears, like, see here, we were trying to figure out where to go, and so we kept smacking him into this pole.
I was stabbing the leg of that dragonborn.
You see him there, and just his presence is, volatilely intense.
What are you now?
Summer. His eyes flaring red, his eyebrows that you now notice for the first time since you had a chance to see him are like each like a couple inches outside of his past his head. You know what I mean? To the side, and they just look like they're on fire, and he is just seething. But for the moment, he's like controlling himself against every urge that he has because he knows he can't be stupid.
What happened, boss?
They took Jules and Lil.
Again?
This time, we don't leave survivors. I'm killing Twitch my fucking self. There's no saving that fucking scaly shite.
I threw him into the water, though.
Are you sure they're not inside?
I am. Oh, and he pulls out. He gets the knife. He's like, there was a note and this knife. And the one that's still
I'm
caked
gonna
in
ask
blood.
you this out of character. Have you checked out they're not dead inside?
Yeah, I did an investigation check.
That's the first thing I thought, that they were dead.
No, they weren't. I did an investigation check. They weren't there.
Yeah,
They're not.
nothing
Yeah,
was-
they weren't in here.
Nothing
Okay,
was
I
amiss
just
in the
thought
room.
you read the note and leave.
No. Investigation before the note. Yeah, but so if we're doing this, we're doing it right. Let's go grab Russell. Can you like yell at him in your brain?
Probably he's too far away. I've
Russell-
been practicing and I learned that it's not so far distance, this spell.
Okay. I don't know how your magic works.
But
Then I guess we move, and he starts moving in the direction of the Cobalt Soul.
Russell, you as you get to the Cobalt Soul in the library, give me a perception check.
$16.
Okay. Yeah. As you like walk in and you're like headed to wherever you're off to, you're kind of looking through the book aisles as you go. And after a couple of minutes you look and Jules is just sitting in one of the book aisles. He's like sitting on the desk and he's just like swinging his legs like he's waiting. He's waiting to see if anybody that he recognizes shows up. Because the last time you had talked, that was what Vallen had said, like something about the Cobalt Soul, and they had let him into the library to wait.
All right, well, I'm gonna go up to him.
And he jumps off and he's like, "Russell, oh my God, I'm so glad you're here. I thought I was alone." After Little ran off the other day, he just never came back. And I didn't really know what to do. And Vallen had said something about this library, so I just came here. But I mean, maybe Little's come back. I don't know. I just didn't want to be alone. Hi.
Well, I nod my head. I then presentation a boat up. Well, a figure of a boat as best I can.
Ooh. He's gonna stare at it. But, ooh.
And point to myself and then point to the boat.
You have a boat?
Shake my head, no.
You were on a boat.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Why were you on a boat?
Sharks.
You
Figures
just-
of sharks.
Ooh. He's very ADD. He's like very attached to these cool little images.
Hey, calms him down a little.
Where's everybody else?
Shrug.
Or Zeus sitting behind him. Yeah. Hopefully.
You're not there.
Okay. Well, can I stay with you?
I nod and then go to the book.
Okay. And he like sort of just follows you.
Can I give, knowing the books in this library, can I give him like a picture book to?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I don't think he reads.
No.
So I'm just gonna find a picture book for him.
Okay. Then you give it to him, and he's like, "Ooh, I like puppies."
And then if I could, I would start creating my own magic. Well, working on it.
Okay. All right. You want to give yourself an hour or two?
That's up to you and how long I would have until they get
well, we'll see what you can try. Roll me an investigation check.
24, 22.
Yeah, I'll give you an hour worth. So just tack one more thing on before they get to you. So I'll say it took an hour for them to get there, figure out that everybody is missing, and come to the Cobalt Soul.
Okay.
So they get there, and yeah, you guys are at the front doors of the Cobalt Soul, walking in. You're muted, Theo.
God damn it. He's Vallen walks in and he's just like as tall as he can make himself, but he's not yelling because he's respecting the area, you know what I mean? But he's definitely on the look and moving with intent towards really the
old librarian just like sees you, and she's got like that scowl on her face, and she just points to the bookshelf where both of them are. You know who I sort of picture this old librarian as? The teacher from Invader Zim.
I can see that.
That's how I picture her. Like
horrible nightmare visions. It's called life, Dib. Sit down.
Yes.
Yeah, so he nods and thanks and like runs over.
Okay. When you run over there, you see Jules. Jules is again sitting on the desk instead of one of the chairs, kind of kicking his feet, and he's got a picture book, and he's just like every page he's like, ooh.
He's
and
like
he kicks his feet a little bit.
He can't help himself at this point. He's like, Jules, and just books into him and gives him like a giant hug and like kisses his forehead. He's like, fucking Christ, boy.
You like startle him, so the book like flies into the air and like falls on the ground, and he's just like, he kind of like gets real stiff as you're like hugging him and like kissing on him, and he's like,
oh God,
hi.
I'm glad you're okay. What happened?
Little.
He just shakes his head.
He kind of like looks past you to the rest of the group to see if like Little came with you.
He shakes his head.
Book that was dropped.
He's like, we're going to get him now.
You don't know where he is.
I'll figure it out. I found him last time. I'll find him this time. And this time I won't be so fucking forgiving.
We're supposed to look for you, by the way.
Well, you found me.
I look at
Sweet. Good job, everybody.
And I take note of when he was making that angry comment.
Question, DM.
Yes.
For the wizard quill, it allows me to copy a spell instead of like it just says I can copy a spell into my spell book 2 minutes per, and it takes me 2 minutes per spell level. It doesn't say anything about gold. So I'm thinking it's the same. Do not break the balance.
Yeah, 50 gold for a spell. I think I don't know if it changes that limitation, because I think to iterate you still have to pay 50 gold.
Yeah.
I think it just doesn't take you as long.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I was.
That would be way broken for a wizard.
Yeah. I mean, it would play into the fact of, gathering all these spells for this subclass, but yeah.
I know the whatchamacallits give halftime.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's like half gold.
Oh, all right, there it is. Then that's.
So I was just making sure I was on the same page as you.
Yeah, let me just read stuff here for a second. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry.
But some of the other questions that I have can wait till we take a break.
Okay,
that's fair.
This can actually wait until we take a break as well.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can keep going then.
All right. So, but he's like, You, Jules, you're so smart. He's just like so happy that he was worried it was Jules. Now he knows that Phil. Fucking goddamn, that Lil is that he'll get to Lil.
Both. It's both.
It is both, and that's like the problem in my brain.
I didn't intend for that, but I love that.
As she said earlier, she loves to watch me squirm.
Mm-hmm.
Decades old habit, really.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you want to do?
Once Russell's ready, because he knows wizards have like wizardly shit, but he's like,
Sure.
We're gonna go.
How long is he gonna take?
He's pretty much done with his studying, unless you want to enter a quill. Unless you want to enter it now, like you want to do a spell now.
I don't have the money.
Oh, okay.
If it's just the time and it's just 2 minutes, I am down. But if it's not, then
I think you still have to pay for it, because my interpretation of this is that you then don't need magical ink because you have a magical quill producing magical ink, so you don't have to purchase that.
it's not magical ink. It's
but it says the time you must spend to copy a spell into your spellbook equals 2 minutes per spell level if you use the quill for the transcription.
okay.
Which means that quill is like that the ink it produces is magical.
Nice. 2 minutes? That's solid.
Yeah, 2 minutes per level. That's why I was like,
Yeah. So it doesn't take you as long. You don't have to pay for the magical ink, but you do have to pay the 50 for the spell transcription.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. And the rest can wait till later. Yeah, since that's done, I don't have the requisite money to even copy first level spells. So.
Okay. Vallen, do you want to... I know you want to go look for things, but I need a plan.
Well, he's gonna go back to the Tumble Downs, obviously.
Also, you need to remember that you have a letter to drop off for very feisty feline.
Leave the party.
Yes. Corvus.
I'm just saying.
No. You're right.
Manage
Corvus.
your time.
And
You have to be back on that ship by the end of the night.
Yeah, nightfall.
But are they shoving off at night or by the end of the night?
She will leave your ass. She will leave you.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know if it was like nightfall or like.
Yeah. When night happens, that is when they will leave.
All right. Then yeah, he's keeping firm track of that, and heading straight for the Tumble Downs.
Okay. Give me a perception check before you leave the library.
Nope. I got a 9.
Well, you do see as you leave the familiar vestige of Expositor Dorn in a book in a set of books.
Yeah, he like notices, but like he is. Yeah, he's just on his way.
Okay.
And
where are you going?
To the Tumble Downs on the map.
Yeah.
It would
where in the Tumble Downs?
He's heading to the warehouse that he found him the first time.
Okay.
And like, because that's just a starting point, you know what I mean? But he's actively trying to perceive things if he sees any of like Twitch's boys or anything like that. Like,
okay,
it's on fucking
is
sight.
everybody gonna help him?
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going on. So.
Vallen is asking you guys to go to the
No.
Tumble
My
Downs.
character has no idea what's going on. Like,
oh,
he's
that's
just
right.
Wasn't
Yeah,
he? Oh, no, that's right. He was. Yeah, so on the way, Vallen's like, they took Phil, and I'm going to get him back. I'm going to need some
What time
backup
it
to
is?
do this.
It's early morning, probably like
Yeah, there's time.
9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. And the person we're looking for is probably in the Tumble Downs anyway. So.
It's the same dragon face guy from the other day.
First, that's second, but on our way, we're checking the warehouse where they had him last time. I doubt they would step back, but there might be a quick clue or something along the way. And we just need to keep moving. In Demali, you're dead if you're still. So,
Okay.
roll perception checks whenever you tell me to.
Okay, yeah. For anybody that wants to help look for Lil or cute clues for Lil.
I will help.
Give me a group perception check.
Giving him advance or
Okay, yeah.
or what do you say? Yeah,
Sure. Give Theo has advantage, and anyone else who wants to roll perception.
all right.
Roll.
I bet there's not.
Let's see if I beat a 17
I did not.
with a 25. Yes, I do.
Nice.
Thank God for that advantage, baby. That's what it is. That's teamwork, baby. Part of me pictures like Morty over my back with like his fingers like this over my eyes.
Do you wanna roll again just to see if you get the nat 20?
Oh no, I got a 17, my first one.
Oh, okay. I didn't see
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you guys get to the warehouse, and the bodies are gone. There is some blood staining from certain things that happened in the past. You see both doors are open. There is nobody here. You can't hear anybody. You can't see anybody. This place is abandoned.
Okay.
And then we head towards the Twitch's hideout.
Okay. That's not too far. It's like 2 blocks away, basically.
Yeah, I was like, if I remember correctly, it wasn't too far. And Vallen's basically like he has his cloak pulled over him, and he already has his gun out, but you can't see it because it's like under the cloak.
Okay. All right. So as you get to the hideout, you all kind of blend in. It's similar. I mean, it's a similar construct to what Theo's been living in, or Vallen has been living in. It's run down. There's really only a couple of beds for 3 or 4 people.
I'm gonna cast message to see if Lil is around.
Okay.
To see if it works.
Yeah.
You need to know where you need to know the general direction of the target. So say they're down the hallway, that's where you would be pointing this spell at. You would need to know the general location to be able to send this spell.
Oh fuck.
Okay, then never mind.
So you need to know where he is. All right. So you're here. Couple more perception checks, please.
14 for me. Unless somebody gives me advantage. Nice 20.
A dirty 20.
Nice. Okay. Hang on a second.
Are you giving me advantage or rolling your own?
I don't see shit.
Damn.
That is unfortunate. All right, so let's see. You rolled an 8. Okay. Do you want Morty? Do you want to give him advantage, or do you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So roll again.
Oh, dick cheese.
How come it's not rolling with?
I don't know. Me and Morty
are
Morzuth are rolling perception checks, but the rest of them are just rolling custom.
What are you rolling?
I'm
literally clicking on the skills area
on the
and clicking on the +3.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Morty's works. Yeah. No, it just says custom roll every time. Weird. All right. Well, whatever. Russell, as you guys are kind of turning this place around, you find a letter in an envelope, sitting alongside one of the beds. Looked like it had kind of been like tucked up and under something. Like if whoever laid here would have like put their hands underneath their pillow, they would have felt it as they like were trying to go to sleep.
Okay.
You pull it out?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you open it, you read the words, Twitch. You've failed far too many times. We're sending you up north. Maybe you'll have better luck there.
I pull the sleeve of the cloaked elf and hand him the letter.
His left hand comes out and takes the letter. He just kind of like reads it over. He's like, kind of like, again.
Oh, I guess I correct my statement. Can you read Thieves' Cant?
No.
Okay.
No, I cannot, and I don't have comprehend language, so
you would not. Yep, you would not.
And I would just hand it to him.
Yeah, you would
Sorry,
not.
I didn't get the language.
Oh, Thieves' Cant.
It's just a secret tongue code that they use.
So
yeah, to get that at level 2 or something.
Is it signed?
Fucking riddles.
What?
Is it signed?
Mm-mm. No, not that you can see. It's on the same kind of parchment.
I take out my other letter, and I compare the handwriting.
It's the same handwriting.
You see Vallen go white, like a punch deep into his soul, as he kind of like comprehends the severity of what may be happening, and he kind of like just stands there going back and forth between the letters, like figuring all this out, and like he pushes them together into a pile and rolls them up, and just he's very vacant in the face, and it's kind of pulls them in.
Give me a perception check before you roll them up.
Oh, all right. 26, please. That's a nat 20. I'm getting a lot of them this game.
You, as you're like rolling them up, they don't feel just like parchment. They're like filmy in a way. Like they have like this coating on them. Not quite like a laminate, if you will, but like they feel weird as you roll them up.
He kind of like unfurls them. He's like, Pebbles, Russell. And he motions to Morty when he says Pebbles.
I got it.
All right, just making sure. Does this feel weird to you, this paper? It's got something on it.
You have 10 minutes?
Do I have 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, you're trying to do that.
Yeah. And I don't want to spend as lot already.
You don't have, if you're spending a slot, you don't have to take 10 minutes. It's just one action.
Yeah, they say I don't want.
He doesn't want to spend the slot.
Okay.
A slot in this.
If you want to, okay. All
right, you do that while I toss this place some more to see if I can find anything.
Well,
I sit down. Yeah, Sabi.
I was just gonna say before you try to like identify, or what are you trying to do?
Detect magic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he's just gonna ritual cast it.
Yeah. Before you do that, just give me a straight up intelligence check.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same.
Yeah, both of you.
17 total.
21.
Okay. So as you're both kind of inspecting these letters, I'm guessing you have one and Russell has the other as you're inspecting them.
Actually 19 since I did it in save instead of an int check.
Oh, that's okay. You're both looking at these papers, and then all of a sudden, it's like you smell. They're like coated in flint.
As in gunpowder flint?
Yeah, they're coated in something that smells like if you were to spark it, it would something could happen.
Someone has a lighter.
I shake my head. No.
He pulls out his tinderbox because he has a lighter. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah.
And I'm gonna just pass it. Or it's not like the gun. It's a lighter.
You know, it's.
But it's like everything is covered or like pieces of it.
It feels like there's like a sheen of it over the paper.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Russell my theory that I think there's powder over the paper, and if we fire it, maybe it can reveal another message, or maybe even a text or something.
No, I shake my head hard and then say, workshop. Who, and then elaborate with pen and paper since he's not getting it with my magical pen. Well, this paper was in an area where flint was
Or leftovers.
saturating the area. So it permeated or attached to the paper. I bet if we light it up, it's gonna light up the paper and show nothing. So
Okay.
That's why we have two, boys. And he
You
just uses his tinderbox to light the one that, since your fingers aren't feathers, it's going to be Morty's.
well, they're kind of talons.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
They're
thought-
5-fingered hands.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought they were like, okay.
No.
Just
If you go into the
explain
explorer's guide, like it gives you
I
Clear
thought their
picture of
feet
Kenkus.
were. I thought their hands were. Okay, that's
Yeah,
on me.
sometimes the one in Critical Role had feather hands.
All right, that might be what I'm fucking around with. Okay, but you don't, so that's what's important. But yeah, he still sets Morty's on fire, since he still has to clean off his face a little bit.
Okay, so are you gonna hold on to it while it's on fire? Or are you
Yeah.
gonna- Okay, so you see as you start to spark it, all of a sudden, and the paper starts to crawl, and all of a sudden a piece of it takes off, and it takes a big arc, and it makes the symbol of the myriad before it is gone.
That's the start from before.
Yes, boys.
Do I know anything on the myriad?
I learned about them from the captain.
No, me specifically. Like,
Oh.
I have the researcher background, so either I know something, or I know where to find lore of it.
I kind of know about the myriad.
Vallen looks at you hard.
You look hard, or you said the word hard while looking at him?
I look hard. I don't say hard. I look at him and I'm like,
Okay, we're gonna let his puberty hormones make him less hard for a minute here.
now's not the time to be quiet.
I've worked for him. I've taken a few
Sabi's
contracts
gone.
before.
Well, Sabi drop.
Yeah.
Can we take this break
Yeah,
now?
we can do a break now. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, break time.
Yeah, I was wondering why I wasn't getting like. She wasn't saying like, yeah, make an investigation or.
yeah. Do a thing. Let a
Yeah,
thing
I was
be
like-
done. All
I
right.
was like,
Wait.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll
we
be
will
back
be
in 10 minutes, 15.
right back. Yes,
All right.
I'm putting it to the starting soon, or be right back.
The burb.
The burb. I'm gonna add the music to it.
So, once you're done, I'm gonna ask you the question that I'm going to ask Abby, because more than one opinion is always good to go off of before you ask someone a stupid question.
As someone who asks nothing but stupid questions, that's a very good thing to have. I'll mute this and I'll let you know.
Yeah, there it is. Her internet crashed.
I thought something happened.
Marty, if you're sticking around, I'll make you...
I'm sticking around.
All right, Austin. I'll make you host so that you can do it.
Yeah, Marty's.
America! Fuck yeah!
Oh, everyone's going, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was like, whoever's staying.
All right.
got Oreos.
All right. I've been just sitting, listening to some Mega Man remix.
Ooh.
And then gonna watch some videos on some PC stuff.
I've got my water cup.
Hey, man.
Oliver, for the love of shit. Hey. You don't have to go all Pride Rock on me. It bothers you when I'm left alone, doesn't it?
That's a cat for you.
Mm-hmm.
You have nothing? I want it.
You can't have this, dude. Yeah, get spoiled. Son of a bitch, okay. Yeah, lost lap just now. I didn't fucking eat on myself.
Foundry's up. Foundry's up. This is not a test.
Yay!
Yay!
Foundry's up.
Yay!
Oh yay!
Everybody's winning, baby.
Sorry, Savvy. I was
That's okay.
watching a video on computers.
It's okay.
And let's make Theo the host again.
Get it and
Yep, I'm in game.
sweet. Is anybody else able to get in or no?
I'm loading in right now. Let's see if it works.
I don't start now.
That would be like Harley. The second Foundry starts to work.
Ready?
Hey.
It's taking a bit to load in.
Oh, I got in.
Like she's slugging right now. I'm in, but Jesus. Okay. I should actually have enabled my stuff.
Part of me is a little worried that I'm gonna crash your computers with my new map.
Well, let's test it.
Well, it's not quite loaded for me yet. So.
Okay.
Oh, there's like a globe of darkness. Oh, it's dope.
That's his ice knife. Okay.
Yeah, we were testing stuff.
Where did my boats go? Why are they not here?
Anyways, since everyone's here, and you're going to be doing something, I'm just going to ask this in general.
Yeah.
For the Arcane Awakened Spellbook feature, it says, if necessary, you can replace the book over the course of a short rest by using your wizard quill to write arcane sigils in a blank book or a magical spell book to which you're attuned. So does that mean that I can copy my book over to a existing spell book that I got off an enemy, which has all of its spells in it, and it transfers all my spells and leaves theirs as well?
I would believe the answer to that is yes.
Yay!
Yeah.
3 fucking spells!
Yeah, I feel like it would just incorporate, because you have a spell book that has spells in it, and then if you just write your sigils on empty pages of the book, then your book just becomes part of that book. That's how I interpreted it anyway.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because like you could say that no, it doesn't work like that, and I would be fine with it, but it would be ultimately up to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Was that the other question that you were gonna ask me at break?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna move you guys to
the new map.
No, to port Demali.
Okay.
And I want you to, down at the bottom, second from the bottom is a bookmark. It says journal notes. If you click that, I want you, there should be a couple of like house images that show up alongside the names of each of the areas. And there should be one over the library of the Cobalt Soul.
Alright, so I'm going to move my character over to the Cobalt Soul so I know where you're talking about. That is the Cobalt Soul?
Yep.
I'm not seeing anything.
Did you click the bookmark tab? It says if you hover over it,
okay,
it's
Fort
journal
Demali,
notes.
yeah. It's there's all the notes that you made, but nothing's coming up in the on the map itself. Maybe it's just you know, your DM vision and all.
It should be viewable to you guys. I don't have anything that says it isn't. So you can see the journal notes, like it says like Port Demali, and you open that and you can see some of these notes down here.
Tumble down the censored, the goaded Espelon, and the labored lights.
You don't have to beat it out. Why don't you have to beat it out? Oh, I see. Okay, so there's that one.
And now let's see if my
hang on. Let me just change. Okay, there's that one. Sponge. Owner. Okay. So. Whoops. Why did that roll? Oh, that's not me.
Yeah, that was me. I'm
Um,
testing to see if my thing works.
Okay, so now that I've changed the character type, if you go back to that journals tab on the left, it's like the last little tab from the bottom. It's under the musics tab. If you click that, does it highlight those journals?
So last one next to the music, which is the compendium packs for me.
As you hover over them on the left, like so, there's the token controls, measurement controls, the tile controls, drawing tools, wall controls,
Journal
lighting.
notes. Oh, there it is.
Yes, click that and tell me if you see those.
So I see one, the Library of the Cobalt Soul up, the labored lights, which is 1.5.
Yep. And if you double click on them, does the journal pop up? Maybe try the crescents instead of that one, because that one's limited.
Yeah, the crescent just popped up, yes.
Okay. Yay.
Same with the labored lights. All of them are
great.
Yeah, I didn't get a lot of that because I had the stream.
So on your left-hand screen, underneath the anvil,
underneath
you
the
should
anvil?
see the third one down. If you hover over it, it says Journal Notes. Click on that.
Oh, I see them now.
Yep.
And there's a house in the tumble downs. There's a.
Yep.
So those journals, if you double click them, they should be editable by you guys. They have like general information about each of those places for your reference. And then if you have something that happened there that you want to like make a note of, you can just put it there.
No. I'm not. I can't edit at least the labored lights. Let me see about.
I can edit a little bit.
So if you, so it's not if you can't just click on it to edit it. You have to, as you hover over the text, there's like a little box with a pencil on it. You got to click that and then it will let you edit.
So hover over the
text, like whatever's written.
Yeah, I can edit it.
Yeah, I'm not able to.
You can or you can't?
I can. I edit.
He edited over mine, you butt.
Vallen's hideout. Little elf boy like a fairy.
Okay. Let me try the tumble down then. Yeah, in the tumble down I can. But in the gilded Esplend or whatever it is, I cannot.
Let me go back and double check. Oh, yep, okay. Now you should be able to.
Yes. And the last one also.
Oh, let me. Okay. Why?
Okay.
Now all of them should be done.
I can't get the Cobalt Soul one.
You don't. Yep. You can't touch.
Did you?
You can't touch that one.
Oh, dun 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 dun.
All right. Yeah. Okay, that's what you meant when you said Cobalt Soul.
Well, everybody instantly.
That one just kind of has like the standard information about the Cobalt Soul, like what their goals are, who they are, yada yada. It's in the it's under the bookmarks tab. It's over where the Cobalt Soul is.
It's not in the.
You have to make sure you turn the journals note tab on. It's one of the options on the left.
It's only for Demali for me.
Oh no, not on the right side, not the journals there. On the left where your character tabs are, there's a journal one.
Very small.
Yeah.
And is there is info, or was this icon for?
Oh,
That
Definitely.
icon is just a double click, so you get some information about the cobalt soul. But the other ones, you edit.
It's not showing.
well, that is mean. I just thought of consuming.
Consuming?
Yeah, consuming Morty's spellbook.
No.
Good luck with
Yeah, that's
that.
what I was like. That is mean. I'm not doing that.
Have a hell of a time getting it away from them.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, a hell of a time.
Yeah, I know. I need more spellbooks then. That is my ultimate wish. Spellbooks upon spellbooks.
Nerd.
What? I can get free spells. Just takes an hour. No, it takes long rest, so 8.
Phew.
No, it's fucking short rest. God. One more to see if it works. Intimidation.
So
Okay.
one question, not for Austin, I guess, about learning spells and paying for them. To find specific spells, where can I get them? In the library, in shops, or besides treasures and prices? Hello?
If you want me to answer,
Oh no, I mean,
I mean, I could already use second level spells, so I mean, I don't know about you guys. It counts. It counts. It's a short rest for the record. So I can use it more than once a day. But yeah, no, that's all I got. I know. I'm like. That's fair. That's fair. I believe what Sabi's saying is she misses your face. What? No. Oh, yeah. You got the one right before I punched you, yeah. He was like, yeah. Oh, then maybe I didn't see it at that point. I was. It sucks. He punched you that was as hard as he could punch somebody, and I literally can't do damage with physical like a punch. I just can't do it. Right?
I was asking a question if I knew anything.
Yep, and then technically.
Oh yeah,
yes.
I unintentionally revealed that I knew about the Myriad to Vallen.
And then she crashed that second. So.
Yep. So.
Right. So that's where we're coming back. Then.
Yes.
He's gonna be like.
You already made your face and all that.
Yeah. He's super. Probably the most serious you've seen Vallen, period. And he's just. Do you have a contact in Demali?
I might have one contact in the Myriad.
Lead the way.
So to answer my question, what do I know about the Myriad? Would I roll?
Yeah. Give me an intelligence check.
Okay.
Oh, Austin, that ringing's back.
That 20. It is?
Ooh.
I haven't changed anything.
Fuck. All right.
I'll see 2 audio settings though. Still high.
That's better.
I've done nothing.
I was like, he didn't do. Sometimes, honestly, it's one of those like it ebbs and flows with the tide.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That did something.
I lowered my microphone down from the top of my head to lower them
closer to your face.
Yeah.
All right, let's hope that works.
I touch my face a lot, so I tend to keep my microphone away to not bump it.
I move my mic around a lot. I get that.
No, like it's attached to my headphones. So
same.
So you would know with a 20. It's the largest criminal organization and took shape about 80 years ago. It was originally a shipping company in a town called Erosa that turned into smuggling contraband to make ends meet. A tight-knit group of smugglers that started bargaining with the competition, and it grew very rapidly throughout those 80 years. They are run by different areas around Wildemount are run by different individuals. You know that there have been murmurings around since you were little of a doctor that is a very skilled physician and very talented healer that works with people and has been rumored to be associated with the Myriad. But he's also a traveler. He moves from Port Demali to Zadash back and forth. So where he is at any one time is anybody's guess. And that's what you know.
Okay.
You also know he's a halfling. So, that is what you know. You just muted yourself.
God damn it.
Okay, you're talking to him.
Vallen's already like pushing Marzuth to get to where he has got to go. Or wants to go.
Don't shove. Damn it. He's a fucking gnome.
Marzuth, you like your contact in the Myriad was what got you to Port Demali. And he is like back in Nicodranus. So he is like way far south.
We can't get to him. Stop pushing me out the goddamn door.
What?
You also know, like, because you've had contacts with the Myriad in the past, you have a general idea of like where you could find another.
Oh, I didn't know if we were like building onto the thing with the like that, or if that was already something I had established.
What are you asking?
In my backstory, I already have 2 contacts that I don't know what they are.
Yeah, you're right. You don't.
Okay. So
at this point, I would say having known what has transpired, Lil has likely been one of your contacts. You're still muted.
Oh, Lil was likely one of my contacts?
Mm-hmm.
That's why he didn't want to go into... Okay,
I'd say you've at least pieced that together.
All right. I'm a pretty smart guy. Able in this.
Yeah. Give me a wisdom check.
Oh, good golly. You just want all the things.
You're supposed to be street smart, dude.
You know that's asking for a lot.
12.
Right?
That's respectable.
12. Your other contact was Twitch.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
So, the idea of trying to find the Myriad, mixed with it is now encroaching upon noon, and the need to answer Three Earrings' call. You know who has Little. You don't know the extent with which they have him. You don't know where. You know it's them. And you could search bars all day to try and find the one that carries the Myriad. Jules has resigned himself to staying in the Cobalt Soul. There's foods, there's beds. He's fine.
All right.
So you can continue to investigate this.
Yeah, he's gonna investigate this till the sun doesn't go down until, or you said
9.
around like 8 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so basically he'll spend the next 5.5 hours and get to the boat at 6.
You still have to go meet Corvus.
Oh shit, that's right. He hands the letter to Morty. He's like, I will meet
Okay.
you at the boat. I have to see this. I'll be at the boat, but I have to do this.
I really would like to help you, but
No, this is
we can't do this both things at the same time.
nope.
For the team, do you want to take one of these? And I point to this, Mordus and Russell.
Oh,
Gonna split the party?
I'm asking.
No.
I don't.
I'll go. Oh shit! I fucked up. I forgot that was there. I need. Oh, tiddly dicks. I'm sorry. You're all beautiful. It didn't matter before now, but it matters now.
Cool. You added dice down at the bottom.
Yes.
Oh, nice. I didn't see that. That's awesome. No. Yeah. You guys go. We don't. You guys go. I don't. We don't know what'll happen with Corvus, and I hope I'll be able to meet you at the docks. But I have to make sure he's at least alive.
All right.
I shrug and walk off.
And I'm going to give my hand to Vallen and put in his hand a very slimy octopus chicken. If you have any problem, just tell him.
Puts it on his shoulder. It's
I'm
like
not sure
Slither.
what are the rules of familiar
You
for this case. I mean,
Essentially, I would have to kill it for you to know that it was gone.
unless it's within a certain distance and they
Yeah.
can then they can communicate.
okay,
100 feet.
It is
Yeah.
10 gold, so only as a last resource, you buff him. And don't say kill him.
Okay,
can
I'll
kill
send him
Basil.
back to you.
Take
send
care
him
of
back.
Basil. I miss him already.
Oh, all right. And thank you, Basil, he says. And from his other shoulder,
He's
you
trying
can
to
see,
introduce into your body through your nose.
yeah, on his other shoulder, there's a flying squirrel that came out to investigate, and then instantly went right back into hiding and is in severe shock at having never even heard of a chictopus before. So, he is back in his little hiding space, content.
So yeah, as long as Morty checks in on Basil, if he's within 100 feet, he'll be able to just see wherever you point Basil and hear whatever's being said. And Morty has to go blind.
Yeah,
and deaf
blind
to
to
get-
deaf.
to get it
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
into him. So
But it's more for if he has to fight or something, just buff him, and I'll know, right?
yeah, if he
And
if he
then-
gets killed, like if Basil gets hit and poofs, yeah, you'll know.
And then I don't know how we will find you, but we'll figure something.
Then I summon my familiar on
Now we got two.
on
Okay.
Vallen's other shoulder, so
we
that
can
one can
track us.
Chick to puss, and a crow.
And a squirrel.
And a
And
squirrel,
a squirrel.
You look
terrified
like one
right
of those crazies.
now.
You just
Like
look like
one
one
of
of
those
those
crazies.
hobos with a bunch of animals coming out of your
Right?
cloak.
you're doing a
And-
real good job of not drawing attention to yourself.
And he pulls his hood down and he starts to hunch a little bit. He still moves with speed, but he definitely plays the part of like the hobo with the fucking pet kind of deal. Like he leans into it.
Hey,
In fact,
Damn.
if the squid is down for it, for now he could totally act as like a hump on his back, you know?
And but you can see it's getting wet.
Oh, because he's a wet thing. Yeah, I got you.
By the way, don't forget to update your character sheet on
D&D.
Foundry to have had a long rest.
Oh, I did that on the ship.
Yeah, that's fine.
with John.
Well, I did mine. I did my D&D Beyond, but with
Oh, it doesn't translate.
it doesn't translate.
Okay.
That's why I was reminding you, because I just had to do it as well.
What is the?
So
Long rest button.
It's the like 3 people sign at the top on the right. Your character should be in there.
Yeah, that's where your character sheet is. Unless you're not using your character
there it
sheet
is.
on.
Actually, let me
Yeah.
let me just import. We'll see if it'll just carry it over.
Don't do it to mine, please.
No, I'm not. I just did it to Morty's because I know he's not using it a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's back to full hit points, full hit dice.
Do I have the same money? Yes, I do. I updated that.
You should be good.
Okay, I do have my exhaustion.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
I don't. That was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Let's say 0 Arcana recovery. There.
Oh, before you leave, he asks if any of you know anything else about the Myriad.
Me. Never
Anybody?
heard of it.
Morzuth, you would know, and you can choose to tell Vallen as much of this as you want, but you would know at least how they operate. Most of the Myriad are underground. They're kind of speakeasy status. Like you have to like walk into a bar and say like the special word to be allowed into what is typically an underground bar that is actually the Myriads. But there's no just bar hanging out that you can just go to and it is the Myriad. You know?
Yeah, I'll tell him all that.
Any particular
yo.
words you've used?
Sorry.
Then they change depending on the areas you are.
Smart. You can only hope for stupidity. You can't count on it. I should have known better with the Myriad. Fuck.
Yeah. The last words you've used to get in were, I'm interested in new things.
All right.
Who said that?
That was just the last, like the words that Morzuth used to get into his previous Myriad
Connections.
Yeah.
I almost want to take you with me, but this is mine to do. What was the phrase? I'm looking for new things.
Yep, I'm looking for new things.
Syndrome. It's the main character syndrome. Look at him. Look at Theo. Everybody look at Theo. He's trying to not smile.
Fucking asshole. That always gets me.
Right, and you 3 are gonna go try to find Corvus, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I love the name.
The fact that she sat there and started rubbing her hands together tells me everything I need to know about what's going to happen.
Excited.
Hey man,
And
welcome to the party.
we even got the interlocking fingers too out of it too, so shit's plotted out. She's ready for the stupidity that's about to unfold.
Fuck.
Good luck. Don't die.
All right, who's going first?
The big one.
I guess more Zooth.
Okay. All right. So you guys head into the beaded alleyway, and it's much like it always has been. Just lots of buildings that are beautifully colored and beads that dangle between the different pathways that enter into the beaded alleyway. As you kind of start to walk your way from south north back towards where the billboard where you all first met each other is, you note a new building. It very much looks like there was a lot of money invested in this particular building. This building had its original structure, but it has now had a new paint job. It is one of the brightest buildings in the area. It is a deep red color, and it kind of looks, it's painted in a way that it makes it look like kind of a disheveled tent. Like there was time and effort put into like decorating this and making it look the way that it looks. As you approach, you can hear the sound of whirring and twisting and kind of like these mechanical noises as you approach, just and just like different as it's going. That's what you hear. It sort of smells like gun smoke and like powder, and it's sort of
Jesus.
And it's sort of like, but it also has like other odd sulfury smells coming from it. And then there's some sweet smells wafting out the doors. This place, and as you approach, the closer you get, the noisier, not audibly, but the noisier visually it gets. As you start to peer into this building, there are just bits and bobs everywhere. There are little shiny things all over the place, and it's very chaotic, and there's like cuckoo clocks going off, and some of them work and some of them are kind of broken, and there's just a mishmash of stuff in this place. It's like the craziest hunt and find you have ever seen, and it sparkles at the same time.
You guys, I don't want to alarm anybody, but my plot senses tell me we have to go in here.
Not just that, I'm getting I'm not saying this. I'm getting the feeling that this is where the letters were made. Because, gunpowder, flint.
I'm glad you had the same thought.
But this is probably the location, and I'm starting to walk towards it, that we have to go for the ship captain.
Okay, we're not here in a secret mission or anything, right? We just can scream his name.
You can literally just walk. It is a shop.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm opening the door.
I mean, you can do whatever you want to do, but it is a shop. You can walk in.
Hello, shopkeeper.
You don't really hear anything. You just hear more ticking and whirring. The door is open. You are free to
Is there a little bell or something?
No, not at least at the front. But as you walk in,
I make myself one with minor illusion. Ping.
And as you do that, some of the clicking and whirring kind of stops.
Oh, what'd you do?
And you hear the sound of like. You hear the sound of like an old record player, like a vinyl, like the ticking noise and then you hear in an odd kind of dissonant tone, "Can I help you?"
Delivery.
I look around to see who's talking.
And from behind the counter, you see kind of dirty feathers sticking out in like different directions. He's got a mechanical monocle that has like a magnifying glass that kind of, and he steps around the corner and he looks at you, and he's tall for a Kenku and kind of just disheveled and dusty, and you can see he's got like a big belt around his waist that has like all number of tools, and there are 2 guns holstered on both sides of him.
Do I know what is a Kenku?
Yeah, he's a Kenku. You may not.
If Morty knows what it is, a Kenku. If he's.
Oh no, you probably wouldn't. What you see is just a very large, very kind of disheveled looking crow.
I'm going to rush up to the counter, and I'm going to talk to him in Avrian.
More Zeus gets shoved out of the way.
All of us can speak it.
So now we know you are a Kenku.
No, you do not.
Okay. What do you say?
I mean, you're pretty mirrory.
and as you like rush up to him, he kind of like puts his hand out and he's like, "You move too fast."
Not fast enough. I'm not like
what are you?
Our clan.
Did you ask what am I?
Yeah, never seen a bird person.
He kind of.
Yeah.
I am a Kenku. You can tell his like the way that he is speaking sounds like it's coming from disjointed other verbs.
Echoey. I extend my hand, not touching, just extend my hand to see if he gives me his hand or her hand, right?
It's a he, but he like kind of puts one of his fingers onto your finger, and he's like, and then he like steps away.
I smile him.
I sent you a message, Sabi.
Okay.
And Vallen would love to be here, looking at the guns.
More Zuth reaches into Morty's afro and pulls out the letter and is just, are you the person we're supposed to deliver this to?
Oh, Corvus, like a corvid.
Yeah,
yes.
Corvus.
Yes.
Sweet, Mary Birthmas.
He takes the letter and he opens it and he looks at it. He takes it and he folds it and he tucks it down into his jacket, and he's like, he kind of just looks around and he's like, what is your names?
Mordus, Russell.
And he looks at Russell and he's like, and he kind of does like the crow thing, and then he gets really close to you.
Yep.
And in avian he goes, you should stop hiding. And then he just backs away from him.
I'm gonna say back in the same language. We're treated as monsters.
This monster has a store. And he kind of gestures. He's like, welcome to Corvus's trinkets and tender boxes. I am your guild artisan. I can supply magic, items, run-of-the-mill daily things you might need, food. I can make you lots of wonderful shiny things if the price is right.
More Zoo's already laying on the counter. Tell me more, big man.
And he kind of like pulls one of his guns out and he like flips it and then puts it back, and he's like, but don't ever think of stealing from me. And the voice that he has when he has this, you can tell it's like it's a skit. Like he has practiced this. And he puts his gun away and he hops back behind the counter, and you see as he lands, he kind of just scoots around the back of his shop. And if you peer over the counter and give me a perception check, I'll let you know what you see.
Line like a bat. Natural one.
I got a 9.
Okay.
Any second now it'll show up.
Are you using your character sheet or D&D Beyond?
D&D
I'm using my character sheet.
I have the Zoom call over the...
God, guys.
Yay, I actually did better than one for once.
All you see, you don't really see anything. It just looks like this little like box. You're not sure what it is, but it has wheels, and you can hear it like as it like moves around the room as he's like grabbing things and like putting together. You can see him picking up potions and vials and different things, and he like kind of like sets them out on the counter in front of you, and he's like, potions of healing.
I'm gonna need that.
And he's like, it's like, I get this scroll every so often. And he like looks at this one. He's like, this one's create water. And he kind of like keeps going through things and like pointing out stuff.
Create water.
Yeah, it's a first level spell, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that good for the mission going underwater?
No.
Mm-mm. No.
I'm asking in character.
No.
And I asking Russell, yeah.
No, I'm shaking my head.
Mm.
Right,
How much are the potions for healing?
50 gold.
50.
Actually, wait, let me double check. I may have die. Hold on. I may have said that.
We're gonna die.
Hold on.
It's just a typical day for us.
Pause. I lost my page, guys. I'm sorry.
It's obviously Marty's fault.
Somehow.
Damn it, Marty.
So this guy is about what, 5'9", 6 foot?
This guy, he is tall for a Kenku.
All right.
Like he does not look like your average.
What?
Is he a stork Kenku?
No. He's more like crow versus raven, if you will.
All right.
Like Russell is crow, Corvus is raven.
Okay.
So Russell, what language were we talking?
Russell Crowe. I just got it.
You're the one who called me Russell Crowe in the last game.
I probably did.
Character.
And he will next time too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
It's gonna be every game thing.
Yeah, I know.
I asked you in character, what language are you talking in?
I'm not gonna answer.
Oh, you ask in character what language Corvus is speaking?
Yeah, I asking Russell.
Oh, you're asking Russell.
Yeah, while Corvus is moving around.
I'm not gonna answer.
Okay, Corvus, what language were we speaking in?
In my natural language, Avian.
Oh, so you speak Avian too? Are you also a Kenku?
No. It's not Avian, it's Orion. It's the language of air elementals and things like that.
Oh, Orion.
Birds.
I see what
Yeah.
Yeah, birds.
I might have mispronounced it one time. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know of any other bird voice.
And he doesn't like answer whether Russell is a Kenku or not. He just kind of looks at him and then goes back to like pulling things off of shelves. And you see this little thing that's like kind of carrying him around the store. It like extends up and then like comes back down as he's like getting things off of shelves and kind of setting things in front of you. And as he kind of sets some stuff down and he's like, he kind of looks at it all and he's like, but what you are all here for is my new experiment. And he sets in front of you these strange, they kind of look like a diver's like mask. Like, you know, the old school ones, it's like it got like the big metal head on it. It sort of looks like that. Yeah, it sort of looks like that, but smaller. And Corvus gets very excited and his feathers kind of ruffle and some of them fall off. And he's like, I just made these. And he's like, you should be able to breathe air for an entire hour with these babies. And then if you let it rest for a day, it should come back.
Yep. I know what class he is, and I believe I know what his ties are. Oh, this is fun.
What
This
time
is
it
fun.
is? What time it is?
Right now? In the game?
No, in the game.
Yeah, we're probably like 12, 1 o'clock. And Theo, so you have run around, you've gone to several bars and you've said the words and you've got nothing but weird looks. So you are on your way back. And as Corvus is sort of, he's using this little thing to like help lift him so he gets these big breathing units onto the counter. And then he, you can see as you walk into the store, which the crow kind of helped lead him back to Austin or back to Russell. You see him and you see this very dusty crow with two big guns in side holsters, and he is just there is so much noise in this place and there's so many things to look at. You could look for days and find all sorts of shit. And he is just very excitedly like placing these things on top of the counter, and he's talking to Russell and these guys in this disjointed voice. And he's like, and if it works great and you're alive, you come back.
and we'll try new toys. And if ever you decide that you want to actually ride a real ship, that's my airship. And he kind of points off. There's this new airship that has come in that is floating kind of haphazardly. And it's very easily like a merchant vessel.
That's your ship?
Yeah. Real pilots sail the airs.
Did you make the ship?
I am not paying attention to anything else. I'm looking at that thing.
What did you ask me?
Did you make the ship?
Well, I made it fly.
That's good enough. That's really awesome.
Still counts.
Do you know how to make fly carpet?
Sure.
How?
But that's for another time.
Okay.
You have a very crabby tabaxi to deal with. I don't envy you. And he starts to kind of push the things off into your hands. So
That's tonight. What do you have of magic? Do you have magic scrolls?
I probably have a couple more back there, sure. But the potions are 50 gold pieces.
Yeah, I don't even have for one.
You're not going to need them when I have these hands.
Well, you come back when you have money.
How much is a scroll?
Oh, hell, I forget.
Depends on the level.
It depends on the spell or in the level.
It does, yeah, it depends upon the level of the spell.
Still probably very expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vallen's like looking around real good.
The guns.
Yeah, he definitely noticed the guns, and he's like...
okay.
He kind of feels a little dejected not having found anything. You know what I mean? But between the airship and the guns, he looks once again interested in stuff. So, those guns you got there, they're not for show, are they?
These are my only guns. And he kind of like backs up and he hits like two buttons behind him. And the two shelves from behind him whip around and there are two cannons sitting on the floor aiming forward. But you didn't see those. And he leans back and they disappear.
Morzuth just has big hearts for eyes.
Right? Right now, basically Marzuth and Vallen are like Usopp and Luffy. Just, oh my god! And going bananas about it. He's like, for a second he loses himself. And he's like, I myself am a practitioner of the firearms, so to speak. And he,
And you just see him kind of like do the like crow, like, because he's very, if you show him shiny things, he gets very like
crow.
Yeah.
Like, and he pulls out his gun. It's still wrapped up. And he goes, I'm going to ask you don't unwrap it. But this is my lady.
He just kind of.
And he does the thing where he doesn't hand it to you, but he lets you look at it. You know what I mean?
Kind of just looks it over. We can make it better.
Oh, I love that phrase. My name's Vallen. On these streets, you might have heard of me. I'm known as Voss.
Sorry.
Who am I to complain about somebody coughing?
No, I'm looking at something.
He kind of like looks you up and down, and he's like, "You don't have money. You don't have a name."
I have a little bit of both, thank you kindly.
And he kind of he kind of just takes a step back and he's like, "You all have a job? You have no money? I'll see you when you have money."
I rush up to him, put down some gold, and say, spell component scrolls. No, scroll components. Magic. Yeah, for. And then I pull out my pen and paper and write up components to make spell scrolls. Because this is gonna how I'm gonna make some money. Then
I don't know enough. Okay, so how much gold did you give him?
As much as I'm able to, because this is gonna be my.
You want a mix of components, and you want scrolls, like the pieces you need to write scrolls. Yeah, so like the magic paper per se.
According to you, all I need is the magic paper.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so he's gonna kind of roll back and he's gonna pull out. He's got like probably 3 or 4 of these pieces of blank scroll parchment, and he sets them in front of you. And then he reaches over and he kind of like moves some stuff, and then he's like, "We're gonna have to wait for the next shipment from your feline friend. I'm sure she's unloading, but here," and he kind of just hands you like a little box that has like other components that are needed for like whatever scrolls you would intend to write. So it's got, you know, like pieces of copper and feathers and just kind of like a mishmash of components.
I push the components back because I don't need them as long as I have my book.
Okay.
And how much gold in scrolls is he giving me?
We will call it 5 gold.
5 gold? Okay. So I have 23 left. I hand over the gold. I nod my head, and then I start walking out since I believe everything's done for everyone else.
Okay.
I grab Vallen and go to Corvus and say, "Can you tell me something if you know something specific about this?" And I make a minor illusion of the star of this Meridian group.
The myriad?
Yeah.
And he kind of looks at it and he's like,
"We have a friend missing, and my friend here is very worried and kind of angry about it. Any help would be really appreciated."
And he kind of cocks his head back and forth and he's like, "Well, that is the myriad, that symbol that you showed me.
Yes.
But if you have a missing friend, who'd you piss off?"
Well, the thing is,
Twitch.
it
He
might be
kinda just
Twitch,
shakes his head.
Which is gone.
but
He's like,
Twitch boss.
I should have killed him. I shouldn't have let him live. It's really my own fault.
once again,
mercy gift.
as I've told the funny little elf here, you don't have money. You don't have a name.
Vallen pulls out 5 gold.
And now nameless, and Morzuth nods.
He pulls out
then-
5 gold between his fingers.
No, you misunderstand me. The names I know are the names of those that carry money. Twitch means nothing. Vallen means nothing. And he kind of, as he says your name, he says it just like you do. Like it was weird having it like parroted at you. I don't know who you're talking about. If you urchins are being used by the Myriad, you might want to know who you're working for.
Aye. Didn't really think to ask you, but and he kind of looks over at Morty. He's like, "Thank you. A starting point's a starting point."
And Russell, he noticed the smell of the flint.
Same as the paper. You like magic and shiny things, right?
Yes.
It pulls out the other piece of paper with the flint and like message and what can only really be magic involved. You know what I mean? He's like, I have one of these, and he unfurls it. Essentially, you set it on fire, and it makes the same symbol he made.
He holds his hand out to you.
Hands it over.
And he takes it, and he looks at it, and he licks it.
Keep it saying.
It's not quite gunpowder. Whoever that was, that was a strange accent. And then he kind of sets the letter down and he's like, yes, you have pissed off someone. Listen, I don't know a whole lot around here, but I do know one thing. I have a lot of money wrapped up in the Myriad. And so if you pissed someone off, the next best place you should go is the auction house. I didn't send you.
He leaves a gold on the table and leaves.
You all have breathing mechanisms. What would you like to do?
It's like, all right, we got this done. What time is it? Yeah.
It's probably like 2, 3 o'clock now. Fucked around in there for a while.
Yeah.
We can fuck around, yeah.
I'm going to the auction house just to look around.
Okay, I go with you this time.
Yeah, I guess.
And I summon Basil here on my head because I miss him so much. And he's slimy.
He was I feel like he helped me a great deal in keeping things away.
Really?
Keeping things away.
Yeah, like, you know, nobody really messed with me while I was asking. Because, you know, the chictopus.
So let's go get Little back.
Yes, let's go try.
I know what
it's
it's
not being
like
auctioned.
to lose a friend, so I'm not gonna stay there
He
and let
nods
your friend get lost.
and then leads the way.
We off to the auction house. Does anybody know where the auction house is? I guess, Vallen, you would maybe know. Russell, you absolutely would know. You've lived next to it your whole life. The biggest building in Port Demali.
Oh, it's this beast right here?
Sorry.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yes. All right, so you guys are headed to the auction house. As you guys walk, give me a perception check.
I'm gonna roll in Foundry because fuck you, D&D Beyond.
13.
Oh,
Nice. Natural 20.
I got a fucking 2.
Oh, hell yeah.
our wizards.
Oh, I got a natural 20. You saw it hit it, but it turned into a 20.
No, it didn't.
It hit the dice accounts.
Or Zoof did get a natural 20.
Oh, shit, buddy.
Minus
You
one.
noticed everything.
Fuck yes.
We passed
you
20,
can't
we
crit.
passed 23 we passed 23 hobos, 15 guards, and
Let
3
him have that.
adorable
But
animals.
you cannot crit on skill checks.
Nope.
You can just do really good.
Because he's exhausted because he didn't sleep last night.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Technically has disadvantage. Anyhow, so The auction house is a massive building made of marble with a red top. And anybody who's affluent enough with the money has at least been to an auction. This auction house houses any kind of auction. And when I say any kind of auction, at night, I also mean slave trade. There is anything and everything you want to buy at Port Demali if you have the right contacts and enough money. During the day, the auction house is pretty quiet. They tend to hold auctions on a schedule. So that is something that, depending on who and where you are and what you are trying to get, may be different. And as you approach, you see there are people bringing in boxes. Like, things have been shipped in the last day that are being toted in throughout the afternoon. And that's really all you see. The doors are not open. The auctions happen between about 6 and midnight. At least that's as long as the lights are on.
You're the boss.
He tries to sneak around, like, just kind of not move in, but kind of like blend and try to like see, like, using thieves' eyes. Not everybody would know what to look for, but a thief would. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And that's him being stealthy, or trying to be, for that matter.
Okay, so give me a stealth check and then a perception check.
Oh, all right. So I should have waited for you.
So is there like a big entry where people are coming in and out?
Yeah, so the front are these big glass doors that allow you to see into an antrum with stairs going up, and then it's just an arena beyond that where they auction, and hundreds of thousands of people come to these things. And what?
There are like guards watching the doors.
Yeah, so there's guards out front.
In.
Yeah, there's guards out front, but no one's coming in or out. And it's because the auction house doesn't open until 6 p.m. and it is noon. So what you do see, though, is that at the back of the auction house, they are moving things in for the auction that you presume would be tonight.
Well, we could probably rummage through them really quick. I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
But you do see there are 4 Zalezos out front. And 4 Zalezos, the police officers. Yeah. And then there's 2 in the back that are guarding while these shipments are coming into the building and people are just offloading them. They're just small double doors. They're not the big grand entry doors that you see at the front. They're just double doors used for a purpose. And they are being used at this moment.
Ooh, I'm having one of those things. It's like a headache, but with pictures.
What's going on, Droba?
You went for Droba.
Use your head talk thing on that building.
It's not.
Oh yeah, no, we said that didn't work.
No, if it's in the general vicinity and the direction is what you need.
Yeah,
right?
in the direction of it, you can in the direction of the auction house.
Was it Austin? Just the direction? Austin, are you muted?
Yeah, I'm checking it right now. You point your finger towards a creature within range and whisper a message to the targets, and only the target hears the message and can reply. You can cast this spell through solid objects. If you are familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier. So you would have to know that he's in there.
Yeah.
And
knowing and being right are 2 different things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can just start sending it willy-nilly.
No, but I don't know if he's there. Not for sure.
Well, that's the... You don't know that he's in either.
Huh?
Yeah. How it works specifically is up to the DM.
True. Yeah. Sabi has the say on whether it works or not.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I apologize. What was the question?
We were talking about message. It says that
you can cast this spell through solid objects if you are familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier.
The thing is, I don't know for sure if he is beyond the barrier.
Yeah, we're arguing that knowing and being right are different things.
Also, it's only 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought it was 100.
It's 120.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
was
100.
reading another one.
Okay, all right.
Never mind that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Cast.
I would say that you would have to get closer. And whether or not he receives it, I'll roll a dice and see what happens. If he's there, might get lucky. But if he's not, you'll just never know.
You need to roll a dice to decide that? You don't know?
Because I want to roll it. So I want to roll a dice to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna get closer.
Okay. Do you just walk up or do you stealth up?
I'm gonna
try to assist his stealth by showing him how to do it.
I'm just gonna stand out in the open. All eyes on me.
You know what? That is really good assist, actually.
Okay, so just so I know what's happening.
Yeah, I need to know.
The front has 4 guards, big glass windows. The back is people loading things in and out, 2 guards. Morzuth is where? At the back where they're loading things, or at the front where everybody is? Like just where people are.
Yeah, just where people are.
Okay. So
And you know what?
he is
He's gonna-
standing near the front, looking like a standard angel.
Yeah. Gather around, my peaceful children, and we will remain peaceful, and then we will all enjoy Reese's Pieces.
And meanwhile,
Give me
Vallen and me go to the dogs. Yeah, him first.
I want to hold on. I want a
Performance.
Charisma check?
I want a charisma check.
Charisma? Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, pink dice.
Oh, not bad.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, people are definitely watching you, and the crowd is reasonably distracted. The people moving things are not paying attention to you. Morty, where are you coming up to this?
We're going to the side, straight for the dogs.
Okay.
And I'm gonna wait until get closer to cast it.
Okay. All right. So you're just walking up, just like regular.
Yeah, but I'm walking with Vallen or not?
Yeah, me and I'm kind of like showing him how to stealth while he's being a distraction. So we're both trying to stealth.
We need to do hide. I mean, this is the street. Is it illegal to be here?
It's just better to not be seen in general.
Okay, roll me stealth checks. And Morty, you can have advantage.
Nice.
I'm gonna do the advantage in Foundry. That's the real advantage. Because it was in 19 and suddenly roll last one time for the 3.
Yeah, that's what when that fucking thing happened to me. I was like, wait a minute, that looked like
I saw what it happened to you too. I also see a 19 there, like, yeah, it's 10.
Well, all right then. Well, you are not very stealthy. Vallen, you help it. So you guys are kind of standing along the side of the auction house, kind of up against the cool marble, and are like inching your way towards the door. You let me know when you want to cast.
Am I doing it right?
He instinctively and thieves can't say shut up, and then it's like,
sorry. But I need to talk now. Because to cast this thing, I have to talk. And I cast it towards the dogs where are the moving boxes.
Okay.
Last time he was in a box. Hey, Lil, are you over there? Can you hear me?
And then check inside the building.
I'm not sure if this spell works like this.
No,
If
no,
given the choice.
no, it's one direction.
Oh, if given the choice, he would
saying.
ask for inside the auction house, not outside.
Okay. I'll deal again. Check the Lil. Here is Lil.
And if we're
And
against the
I'll call
wall,
in
we're like
in
as
the
close as we
direction
can
of the
really
building.
get.
Okay.
Are we closer? Like, how closer are we to the building?
Well,
Next to it.
You are, yeah. You guys are right up against the building since you're
nice.
stealthing because there's like bushes and trees, street, building. So you guys are just up against the building while Morzuth is behind you, and everybody's kind of walking past this alleyway, looking at him instead of you.
So Vallen, wait a second. The DM has to decide.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh boy.
I'm trying not to think about it right now.
I know, right?
You do not hear anything.
There's
But as you talk, you see one of the Zalezos kind of tilt, and they see you, Morty. They don't see Vallen right away. They see Morty, and they're like, hey, what are you doing?
What am I doing? What does it look like I'm doing?
It looks like you're standing against the building, like talking to the building.
Is it the ones out front yelling at him, or is it the ones?
No, it's the two in the back near the.
Oh, okay.
Vallen steps out a little bit. He's like, "Listen, maybe some lovers' privacy, yeah." And he starts adjusting his clothes a little bit.
Give me deception checks with disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
To mess up.
All
You
right.
could have just had him play the crazy man, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me!
Oh,
Ah.
You could have just had him play the crazy man.
Actually, I had the perfect conversation topic. It is a beautiful building.
You need to leave. Walk away from the building right now, and there won't be a problem. I don't know what the hell you two are doing.
Okay, sorry, bye. This is your fault. No, don't you see you're 15 years old? It's gross. If you want to play that game.
I forgot our age difference a little. Yeah.
I know, this is like medieval fantasy, but still. We're being controlled by
all right.
21st century people.
I mean, I've used it with Lil and yeah. All right, fair. I didn't. It's my bad.
But you'll grow up, and this is a good plan, actually.
Just watch you walk away.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch two kids make out. It works pretty well, really.
Yeah, probably some people that comes here want.
Oh, trust me, I've definitely pulled that in front of the wrong people.
I didn't want to say nothing, but I'm very worried about Lil.
Me?
I am worried about Lil if he's in this place.
I am terrified that he's here. Because best case scenario, he's slave labor. Worst case, he's dead. And in between, still slavery.
And sex.
We'll figure this out. And he gives a whistle to Morzuth.
Morzuth in mid-conversation just, look, Girl Scout cookies, tools of the devil. That's how they get you. Okay, my time is up. See y'all.
The angel's pretty, but he's crazy.
He's pretty crazy.
Crazy. Demons on wanted posters, Girl Scout cookies.
Tools of the devil. It's just a very tiny rung below Justin Bieber.
He's pretty charismatic. Most psychopaths are.
Mm-hmm.
And he talks like a half orc sometimes.
Russell, watching all of these shenanigans go on, what are you doing?
I'm just in the shadow of the building trying to stay cool-ish and thinking of what spells to start scribing.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, that is what you find out about the auction house.
6 to 12.
And
And how far is this place from the ship? Where we're meeting the
it's
captain?
closer. It's closer than you were. You probably got like maybe a mile, if that, to walk to get to the docks.
In hours?
In hours, you're probably looking at about a half hour.
Okay, we have like 5 hours to get
Roughly,
inside this place.
I would say the auction house is you've probably spent the last 45 minutes or so trying to like send a message into the auction house, getting there and stuff like that. So you're probably at like the 3-4 o'clock mark. We're getting there.
Okay, did you know how to get inside? Vallen? Probably mute.
Muted.
Yeah, it's actually super easy to get inside. All you need is money. You know, that thing none of us have. Although
I have the
500 gold would go a long way.
What?
We could use the gold from the treasure to buy the kid, and then we can use him to do our labor for us.
If
Imagine
we use the money,
we could have kids doing our dishes for us.
If we use the money to get inside, we don't have any money to buy the boy.
Punch Marzuth. I'm not sure how it goes, but
he just looks around. What the hell was that?
Even if I hit you, it wouldn't have done anything. But I'm not good at punching.
He looks around. The fuck was that?
Yeah, no.
No, but seriously, do you not need money to get inside, or just to be rich?
I would say none of you have ever tried to get into the auction house. Russell would probably know that like there's at least like a schedule to it, and that there are tickets that have to be purchased to get into the auction house on a nightly basis. But where and when is sort of nebulous at the moment.
How long did you take to learn a spell?
That's depending on the spell level, but
At level 1.
Few hours?
Not enough.
Well, you would also get half the time, so it's really like an hour.
No, it's just cost for his category of spells.
Oh, I thought it was half the time. All right.
No,
it's half the money.
Yep.
I'm not sure half the time. I don't have any of that.
I mean, it's not my character, so I could be super wrong.
No, but we need to find the scroll in the library to make this spell, and then learn it. It's just too tight on time.
Your transmutation? No, you're not transmutation. Your illusion?
Also, all of this is happening while you guys are awkwardly carrying underwater breathing apparatus.
I definitely did forget that, but it's still under my cloak.
Yeah,
I mean, they're kind of bulky, dude.
Yeah, I know. I'm not having a good time carrying this thing.
And we're walking with, the splash for the ship.
We're gonna
have to go back to the boat.
So
let's drop these off on the boat, and then,
yeah,
very least, he says, breathing heavily.
For you, if you're the School of Illusion, which I think you are, Morty?
Yeah.
I say yes.
Then for illusion spells, it's half the gold and time.
Nice. I thought so.
Only for illusion spells.
Yeah. The spell I was thinking is illusion.
All right.
But I don't know if it's in the library or because
we can check.
I don't have money to. We have time for that.
Oh, kitty cat.
Go to the library, come back here, learn the spell, find the spell, learn the spell.
I mean, you probably have time to do that. Yeah, because we have before. I mean, safely 7, 8 o'clock is the good time to reach the boat because it'll leave around 9 when it gets light. When light's gone.
I think I can create because, and I'm talking about in character.
Uh-huh.
I create spells. I don't copy. That's a lie.
Oh, all right.
The spell I think I could manage to do is to create false documents, but I never seen a ticket
Oh, don't
from
no
the
no.
auction, so
He's already like nope. No. I have seen people allowed in and never allowed out with that kind of bullshit. There's certain
it's not
things,
bullshit. It's magic. Probably
yeah,
you see
whatever
cheap
that
copies.
is, it gets people killed.
No, this is good magic.
I raise my hand slowly, knowing my skill set,
This is Demali.
and say, I can forge.
How well? No, don't tempt me, because
I'm just going to do a quick thing. I'm going to take the scroll that you had, the parchment that you got from one of the two, and I'm going to, if I can, quickly make a forgery of it with using just my a blank piece of paper and my quill. Features.
And actually, the spell I was thinking of, I always remember it wrong. It's not for falsified documents. It's more for secret message.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so I have advantage in rolling for forging documents and forgeries. What would I roll for that?
I'm sorry, say again. What are you
the
asking?
problem
me to
is
do?
that we're copying a ticket, not a document. Maybe it's different enough. Maybe it has a seal or something.
Do you? What is it? Is it? Hang on. So I believe it would be a sleight of hand, and then
Dexterity, maybe. I'm thinking
Double
on
check.
Jester. Jester, I think, use dexterity, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Well, she was doing art. He's doing a
No.
forgery.
When she forged documents and letters.
Oh yeah. Sleight of hand is a dexterity check.
Okay.
It's whether or not he's proficient, because you should, if you are allowed to forge, you should add your proficiency bonus to that. You're not
Well, I have
proficient.
advantage on it, not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so then roll me two sleight of hand checks.
13.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you also need to do a forgery, you need a ticket.
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick demonstration of what I can do.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
With primarily the scroll that we got from either the door or the headed note under the pillow.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
All right.
Oh, okay. So I mean, it's a believable replica of whichever one you make. Like, it's fairly convincing to everybody that is in fact the original document.
Sadly, I can't. I don't know what it says. I just can do it.
Yeah, fair.
We can put ourselves in a box in the docks.
And then I just point to the door and cantrip say, ask. I start walking up to the door.
Oh, you're just gonna
travel.
Yeah.
You're just gonna walk
It's
up
a business.
to the front of the auction house.
Yeah.
It's a business.
Okay. As you walk up, one of the Zalezos just stops you, and he's like, "This doesn't open till 6. You have no business here until then."
All right, and then I walk away.
Cards are probably just wondering what the fuck is going on today.
Yeah.
All right.
So you go back and tell them that they don't open till 6.
I just have a clock or sundial actually, because I don't know if clocks exist, and people might use sundials, and it says 6 o'clock. There we go.
But they didn't say if we need a ticket or not.
Come back, cantrip. And then I start walking towards the docks.
Marcy shrugs and follows along.
I follow as stealthily as I can.
Okay.
28, 25. Nice.
Solid. Take that.
You're going back to Pathfinder days.
I know. I gotta remember.
What are you doing, Morty?
Plus 8. I follow, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I use my perception to see who specifically is taking note of us that isn't a Celezo.
That's taking note of you?
Yeah, like, it's obvious that if the Celezo sees us, they'll look at us. But there's other people, like, and I'm not talking, like, looking at Marzuth. There's a very different feel for that, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, essentially just to see if anybody, where other spotters are, you know what I mean?
I was going to say,
If there are any as well.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
23?
someone didn't shut off their PlayStation properly.
Yeah. You don't see anybody like watching. Like they don't. There's not a sense of like you're being followed whatsoever. The sense is more just to give you an idea of the vibe coming from this like whole situation is that they've gotten what they wanted and they just don't care about you. Like they simply took what they needed and they think they're done. Like you're not being followed.
I'm not seeing him, right?
No, you don't see that.
Hey, Vallen. Vallen.
Do you answer him or no?
I mean, and thieves can't.
I got an idea, Vallen. It's the same idea.
Speak to him in his mind.
I was considering it, but I'm not sure where he went. So I'm gonna go to the wall where we were like this before, and I'm gonna cast message in the direction of the long wall. Vallen!
Are you there?
Really? Are you gonna stay hidden while Lil is loose?
Wait, what did you say?
While Lil is lost. So.
You just feel a hand on your back?
I
I believe that doesn't break stealth, right? Like,
Sure.
it lets him know where I am by proximity, but like, it's such a small. It's not like an attack or anything.
You can touch me with advantage.
Touch me with advantage. I don't like the way you said that.
Oh yeah. I got an idea, but it's really risky and dangerous, especially for you. You know, you say that this place probably sell everything, every kind of thing. You know what is probably really valuable here?
I guess behind you, you'd be able to hear that like exhalation of breath, and that's like that understanding of what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's up to you.
He's not responding. He's maintaining stealth. Given
I'm gonna use. Fuck. This guy's self. And I'm gonna make myself like a very rich and powerful guy. Man with a suit and a hat and a stick. Like he's come here to make some business.
He's got the Doug Dimmadome hat that just keeps going.
And under the hat, there's a chicken octopus.
It starts climbing up it, so when you take it off, you can't find it.
Dark
Just
hair.
goddamn it.
Dark hair and one of these mustache that goes in rounds. So are we gonna make some business here, little boy? Are you gonna make me some money?
Yeah, see?
Yeah. Mm.
Crime in the 1920s. Come, we will go take down Archie and Bullwinkle.
Bodyguard, and I call for Mosul. Come here, boy.
He just turns around and shoots a dirty look.
I got an idea. Yeah.
He just comes up. Good day, fellow sir. What are we going to do?
We come here to sell.
Haha, yes, business and other
Can
adventures.
I just be at the boat now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't know this, but once they started talking about like even the prospect of selling Vallen or like him revealing himself, he moved right on to go with whatchamacallit. So they're basically like
Russell.
yeah. So they're
Yeah.
like, so Vallen, what do you think? And he's just like literally
As you guys approach the boat, you can see that like several of the crewmen are like still unloading things from the last night, but they're getting to the end of their shipment, and they are they see you and they wave and they go about their work, but they're busy. You don't see 3 earrings, but that's what you see as you approach the boat.
I am just going to continue to go into it and find the captain.
Okay. You head to her quarters and door shut.
I'm going to knock.
Come in.
I open the door.
Ah, Russell, was it?
I nod.
Welcome back. I see you've acquired some breathing apparatuses.
Yep, I place it down on her desk.
and then Vallen does the same.
Was Corvus more than agreeable?
I nod.
Good.
Morzuth just drops his on the ground.
Well, it won't work if you break it.
I'm still looking like a rich man.
What happened? You come and she's like, and
I came to make
you
business. Silence,
bring-
little cat.
Oh my god.
you see her stand up and she just advances on you and
Vallen's
she grabs
like,
you by your
"Whoa,
shirt
he's playing
and
a
she
role.
starts walking.
He's playing a role. He's playing a role. Please just.
And you just feel like as she grabs you, the claws of her paws break across your chest. She's not fucking kidding.
She also feels that this a disguise.
Yeah, and she's like, she looks at Vallen and she's like,
It's a role.
and she shakes you and she says, "Drop it."
And I shake it off.
She lets you go.
That's much better. Thank you.
Don't do that again. And she walks back in.
It's a very practical spell.
That's actually a very awesome spell. I could use that for heaven's sake.
She takes the breathing apparatuses from wherever you've dropped them and puts them all with Russell's on the desk.
Mine was next to Russell's already.
And she turns around and she's like, still have several hours before we leave. You guys are welcome to stay here. If you want, you can help finish unloading. Whatever you'd like to do, the time is yours, but we leave at sunset.
So I'm just gonna find a quiet spot where I'm not gonna be in the way of anyone.
Okay.
I'm just gonna make some scrolls.
Okay. You know that there's
scroll per day.
the quarters room downstairs is now going to be completely empty. No refugees, nobody.
Okay.
Not even us yet.
So
What are y'all doing?
She's just kind of standing there waiting for you guys to decide what you want to do. Well, whatever you do, get out of my office.
Oh, right. Sorry. Or Zeus climbs down from holding
I'm
on to the
gonna
ceiling.
cast detect magic in the room. Cast, not ritual.
You're gonna take 10 minutes in her room.
No, not the ritual. The casting.
You said
I'm
not.
gonna
Okay, I'm
spend
just
the
gonna
slot.
cast it.
Oh, okay.
You see, like, you don't see what it is, but you do see something glowing on the other side of her bed. That's the only thing you see.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Dear God, don't touch it.
No. You don't know. I see.
We don't need to find out what it is.
Now I know.
Dirty.
There you go. You got it.
Before Vallen leaves, he's like, this situation progressed. I'm fairly certain we won't be needing room on your ship.
Okay.
But
I don't know. There's free food.
nothing else to it on your end, I figure. Thank you.
Right.
And leaves. He kind of like shakes his head at himself and then like leaves.
Okay. She just
What
kind of
time-
watches you go.
What time it is?
We're getting to about 6 o'clock.
Yeah, about 30 minutes away.
All right, let's work our. I'm gonna Marzuth. While he's writing on his papers and such, you and Morty want to accompany me to the auction.
I would, but I'm gonna need 1 hour rest, a short rest before. I've cast 2 spells in a row.
All right. Well, all right. You want to meet us there then? You take an hour. We'll head over. By the time anything gets cooking, you can be there, or do you want us to wait for you? I don't really know which. I get a little
Let's do
impetuous.
the
Until
thing
the
before.
sunset.
You have 3 hours. Like, as it gets to 6 o'clock, you have 3 hours before the sun sets.
Do you want to take Basil with you?
Yeah. Oh, that'll work.
Are you being discreet about this conversation? Like, where are you guys? Are you still downstairs in the...
Are we talking in the hallway
Actually,
after the captain's there?
Vallen isn't, and he's talking about it on the way to, like, out of the captain's thing.
Okay. As you're talking about the auction house, you see the half orc. She kind of like looks up at you and she's like, "Why are you going to the auction house? We're leaving in 3 hours.
We need
You
to
don't-
make
you're not-
sure
you're
of
not-
something.
You're not gonna get anything done at the auction house in 3 hours."
I think this is a message from God.
I think it is.
No, I'm just saying. You absolutely can go, but no one goes to the auction house to be there for 3 hours.
Do we know
They
how
stay
much
all
tickets
night.
cost?
No, you don't have any idea.
Well, that'd be one reason to go.
Are you asking? The half
Yeah.
orc?
He was asking her. Sorry.
Depends on the night and what's for sale.
Say a night like this, and a young halfling boy.
You just see her kind of like chuckle a little bit, and she's like, "They won't be selling bodies for a few more days."
Oh, cool. So we got time.
Mm.
Then Morzu just goes and sits down on the deck.
So that's 3 hours, and I start playing to pass the time. I'm very vivid and party to cheer Vallen. Come on, Vallen.
Give me a performance check.
Right.
I do have to.
We'll
I do have to go and get ready for work.
Yeah.
That's
we know.
why.
This is gonna be
This
like
is-
the end of it.
And
D&D
this.
Beyond is
Oh
pure
my
shit.
God! You
It's
make me
pure
feel
shit,
so
D&D
much
Beyond.
worse.
How many natural ones have I rolled since we started in
Probably the
Beyond?
same amount of 20s I've gotten.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, no, you make me feel worse.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
this is like listening to Morrissey when you're already super sad.
It's like you're like this, and I'm playing
Oh,
or around you.
I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna go try not to kill
My
myself
friend is
now.
missing. Da, 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 da.
But I'll give this one to you since you guys don't do this very often. Give me an insight check.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
You
good.
reminded us last time, and I just, oh, fuck, I don't understand.
You have an insight check the tabaxi, you have an insight check
the corvus. I forgot both. And I
any of them. Any of them. They all just been lying to your fucking faces.
oh, Jesus.
I
wanna-
gotta remember the insight.
18.
Nice.
Yeah, 18 insight check on the half orc.
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
She's not telling you everything she knows.
Oh boy. All right.
Hmm.
She is deliberately keeping something from you.
Sweet.
So
But I don't know, Vallen, what did you roll?
I got a whole 8.
Oh yeah, you don't see nothing. It,
Don't you think-
Morty, unless Austin, you're not there.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm not there, so I'm not even bothering. I'm
Man.
writing down things.
Maybe there is a poor Demali thing, but isn't it a little weird that they call it bodies instead of people?
I will talk at you guys later.
Okay,
All
bye.
right, peace
Bye.
out, buddy.
Hope you had fun.
Yeah. I asked him if isn't it weird that you said bodies instead of people.
Yeah, when you sell them, they're not people.
Oh, I was talking to Savi the DM.
Oh, you were talking to Savi the DM. I thought you were
Because
talking to the
I don't know
orc.
if you hear me talk with
Yeah,
Alan.
yeah. She called it bodies for a reason.
Okay. How did you know?
Are you now talking to the orc?
Yeah. Do you often go to the auction? Do you
The
sell
orc.
to the auction?
The orc kind of shrugs and she kind of looks around and she's like, some people just see money. And in this line of business, and she kind of like gets quiet, she's like, money's money.
I think we can trust the captain. If we're not money.
Money is. All right. Fair. He goes and definitely positions, like, he just goes and is like, kind of like gives her a nod, like an understanding nod.
You
And
want to
moves.
have something to drink now?
You're asking the half orc,
No,
the druid?
Vallen.
Sorry, what did you say?
If you want something to drink now,
To drink? Yes.
to relax for you,
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna.
think you like it. You make it a ruckus last night when I was in the crow's nest.
Oh, yeah, I actually figured out how to do that. So, I don't really
No, I
need to-
mean drinking. The other, I was totally blind. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, all right then. Well, yeah, you want to go get a drink? Is that what you're saying?
I don't drink, but yes,
All right,
I'll go with you. I'm not good for a conversation.
Fair. And I guess they just go in. He's not the best company throughout the night, obviously, but at some
We don't
point,
have to talk much.
yeah, he really isn't. Like he's just kind of like thinking in his head. You can tell gears are turning, and
How did you met Little?
Lil met me. I didn't meet Lil. He apparently he noticed that I had a penchant for stealing, and now that I've put in a couple pieces together, could have just been smarter. But there's nothing we can do about the past now.
Well, halflings also have long fingers. Funny enough.
They have good. Yeah, I have never seen either a lockpick or someone who could fit into a smaller space than I tell you can hide in a man's pocket while he's robbing his other pocket. He was.
And I say something like "Ich drak badak trakta," which is a old saying in Halfling.
He just kind of goes, "Thank you."
Huh?
I
Oh
don't.
no, this is for the Halflings. It's a old saying they have.
I don't think he knew much of his old saying.
Shit, fun, sleep fun.
Fun,
Life is fun.
sleep, fun. I
just made that up.
Fun, sleep, fun. All right. I'm sure there's at least one or a dozen halflings that feel that way.
Sleep fun. Sleep
Yes.
sleep fun.
Sleep
Okay.
fun. Sleep
Fun,
fun.
sleep, fun.
Or not so fun in some people's situations.
That's it. It's fun. Have fun. Sleep fun.
All right.
Live a fun day. Have a fun life. That's my.
I think this is where we'll close
this is
out our game
the night
for the night and finish the Twitch stream here. We can, if you want to talk about it, we can. Otherwise,
yeah, I'll turn it off real quick.
Yeah, I'm just looking up things for future references, like selling magical items.
All right.
Sure.
No, let me close it
Making
out real
magical
quick,
items.
and so feel free to join us next-ish Sunday when we finally see what lives beneath the waves. Where we hunt for treasure. Will we be the treasure of some Sahagihin that finds us? Tune in next time to find out. This has been Captain Vallen of Vagabond Gaming, reminding everybody that life happens in every direction.